Hey, what's up, everybody? I forgot to hide myself, but that's fine. It's me, Jum Jumington, former CEO of Jumington Dynamics, internet doofus, and retro game enthusiast. Broadcasting live, as always, from the Jumington Dynamics Auxiliary Hazardous Material Storage Facility, somewhere in the world. Come on, capture. There we go. I don't know what it is, but like OBS has been having a devil of a time capturing games. It's all these games that lose focus. Let me get my protein open. Oh yeah. Gonna need some of this. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Chaos Flash. Silas, good to see you. Good to see all of you. Parhedmo, last but not least. I was running down the clock. I'm watching Alien Romulus. Did you guys see that? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I got like I ran out of time because I had to stop and take care of some stuff, and it took me too long to get back. So I still got about 5-10 minutes left of the movie, and I'm like eyeing the clock and watching the time left on the movie. Like, come on, finish it up, finish it. But within like 5 minutes, I was like, oh, this is great. I was so excited. I started, but did not pay it 5 minutes. Attention span issues. Oh yeah. No, I know how that goes. It is. That's. I have such a hard time finishing movies anymore because I'll pause and like, all right, I got to go do this other thing. I got to get up and move, and then it'll take me forever to come back. The only reason I made it through this movie for as long as I did, and I hate to say this, is that it's on Hulu. Now, I got a deal a while ago for a year for 99 cents a month for Hulu, which is the only reason I would pay for Hulu, because I'm fundamentally against the idea of paying for a streaming service, a streaming service that includes advertisements. It's against everything, every fiber of my being. But it's 99 cents. Sailing the high seas. I haven't done that in a while. I found a lot of places I go just got really untrustworthy and had some sketchy business, and I was like, you know what? I got all these services. I'll just wait. That's not a what am I trying to say? Like a philosophical thing. Oh, that is fine. I am so out of touch. I don't know the good places to find stuff, and then every time I do, it's like you find yourself on a site that, like, if you try to adjust the volume or click inside the window at all, it opens up like 3 pop-ups, and I'm just like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. I can't deal with this anymore. I can't cope with this anymore. But I was waiting for it to show up somewhere, and I think I put yep. Oh, we know, Brian. No, we know. But I got this deal on Hulu. It's 99 cents a month, and the fact that it has ads is irritating for the most part. But in this case, it was like, oh great, these advertisements came up at a perfect point for me to stop paying attention to it and go look at something else. I was able to distract myself enough to get through it. I'm slowly retraining myself to sit through these things. I don't know why it got so bad. I know I'm not alone. I've heard this sentiment repeated by a lot of people. And some people leaned it to, attributed it to the events of 2020, 2019 to 2020. I don't know that that's the case. I was having trouble with this before. I think it's just there's so much stuff. We have access to so much stuff now, vying for our attention at any given moment, that it's hard to sit through anything because, at least for me, I always have this feeling no matter what I'm doing that, like, not that I could, but that I should be doing something else. We gotta quickly move, come out to streaming. Mine doing without sailing back in October. It wasn't out. What I have yet? Yeah, when it first hit, it was a rental, and it was like a $25 rental. It was something insane like that. I'm like, I'm not paying that to rent a movie. You're out of your mind. But that was like real quick after it was in the theaters. I wanted to see it in the theaters. I just never got a chance to. My eyes are kind of. There we go. What's up, brother? Rent a movie that's digital? Yeah, I can't. I would love. There's a lot of stuff that I've like video games, digital video game purchases. I've learned to live with it, right? But I will not buy movies digitally. You're throwing your money away. In my opinion. Buy the physical copy or don't buy it at all. Doesn't give you the mom and pop rental experience. Shaking my head. Yeah. Like I will rent movies from time to time on Amazon, but that's only because I purchased something on Amazon and it gave me like a credit for letting it ship later. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. Now I got a free movie. Bad habit of gooning while playing TFT. Can't wait for a fun game to run so I can not do that. That is the best idea. I'm going to pin this message. Thank you, Leather. There we go. Last movie I ran to was What You Wish For from Amazon. I forget where I watched that. I don't think it was Amazon. It was somewhere else, but I did not pay to rent it. The last movie that I rented from Amazon, I had to stop and come back to it, and I got delayed long enough that the rental expired. And then I had to sail the seven seas because I was not going to pay for that again. It was Session 9. Not a terrible movie, but I wasn't going to pay for it twice. I don't have a close movie theater near me to try to get movies online. Yeah, I got a theater pretty close. I got a couple of theaters pretty close by. Another reason not to rent digitally. Yep. Yeah, it's very aggravating. It's hard for me because I'll rent a movie even if I know I don't have time to watch because I've got a gap of time before I can start it. But I know once I start it, like I have to get back to it. And sometimes I do not. I'm not able to get in there. But yeah, I try to get anything that I'm interested in that I know I want to watch, which is tough because sometimes like you got to roll the dice on stuff, and that's a little iffy if you're paying like $20 for it. But I try and get everything physically, and then I rip it and put it on my Plex server. Although I'm thinking about switching that to I think Jellyfin is what everyone's moving to now. Experience of watching movies with people is rare for me. I don't mind so much going to the theater when it's empty. It's actually pretty nice, but that's mostly because I like the popcorn. Horror movies should only ever be done in a theater. It depends on the movie, but it definitely enhances things. I saw the original Exorcist in the theater, and that was like way cool. I will pay extra to see older movies in the theater, which is funny, but like it's worth it to me. Speaking of movie thing, popcorn is so good. Yeah, yep. I remember a friend of mine back when the theaters still had free refills, which I don't think any of them do it anymore. At least none of the ones around here. We got in. We had about like 5 minutes, if that, before the movie started, and we both completely demolished our large popcorn, and had to like Rochambeau for who was going to go out and get them refilled before the movie started, because we were just sitting there like chatting beforehand, just devoured that popcorn. I can't live like that anymore. There's like a specific type of seasoning they use. It's very good, and like a lot of the stuff you could get it at home, just like you can make Red Lobster's biscuits at home, but like it's not quite the same. So my friends knew for certain jump scares coming, so I timed it and threw half my popcorn on my friend. Oh my god. You monster. What a horrible waste of popcorn. Looks taste better out of those glass popcorn makers. It's about the experience of it. It adds to the flavor. There's a certain undefinable quality to it that you can't quite replicate outside of that. Also, just like sound is such a big problem. Like audio balancing on home releases and streaming. Like the center channel is like very neglected, I think. I don't know enough about the technicality of it. I just know that like I'm not alone, and it's not because of my age that more and more people are turning subtitles on movies because it's so hard to hear the damn dialogue. Because a lot of audio is tuned for specific setups that I do not have. Here's the employees. The theater's ad for flavoring makes it salty and delicious. I've known a couple people that worked in theaters, and they were pretty happy with the experience aside from, the pay. That's ultimately why they move on. I know if a job like that paid somebody, I know a lot of people that if the job paid enough for them to support themselves financially, they would just keep working there. That's the case with a lot of jobs. It's like, I would stay if not for the money. That's it. Otherwise, like, it's not that bad. You have to deal with aggravation whatever job you get. At least this job lets you watch movies. Can't beat that. Feel aware of using subtitles? Yeah, I don't. It starts with, wow, these people have a thick accent. I'm gonna need some subtitles here. And then you get used to it and it's like, wow, this is really nice. And then you start watching movies where there's no accent. It's just that the mixing is not really in line with your home audio setup. And if you're not on headphones, it's like, like Lord of the Rings was bad for this, where they'd get in there and be like, Frodo, we must go to Mount Doom. And you're like, what are they saying? Turn it up. Frodo, we gotta get out of there. Like, what? I can't hear them. And you crank it up, and then the music comes in. Like, oh my God, I'm deafened. Horrible. And I've heard sound engineers like gripe having people's complaints about that, but it's like, I don't know. I used to have like a nice home theater setup, and the last time I moved, like the space I have it set up in just isn't right for it, so I can't get a good surround. So I just got like a cheesy sound bar, and it's like, the horror movies are bad for this. Talking so low, and then you're jumping out of your skin at a jump scare. I don't like how a lot of modern movies are just jump scares. Like, they don't know how to scare you otherwise. They don't know how to make something like slowly creep in on you. I think that's like, it's too jump scares are okay, but if the movie is nothing but that, then it's not as enjoyable for me. But I'm at a point now where I can usually predict where jump scares are going to come, and I'm kind of like shoving my elbows into the arms of the seat to like anchor myself to the seat so I don't hurl myself up when the jump comes. Get on a scale? Good God. Try me crying with that onion in front of my face. Oh, I see that's, man. Some vicious back and forth there. All right, well, time to return to the Excavation of Hob's Barrow. I'm very excited. I did not get a chance to fully get into this game. I was engaged with it. I was enjoying it. I was invested in where things were going. And then my internet crapped out, and I had to stop. And I was very disappointed by that, because I'm very excited about this game, and I was loving what I was seeing so far. I really want to get moving on this, but I don't want to rush it. After this week's of streams, I find that I have failed to like deprogram myself from the act of trying to kind of race through a game and complete it all in one stream, which is not normally a huge deal for me. But during October, I wanted to get through as many games as possible on my list, and so it was a big deal. Like, okay, I one stream for this game. Some of them I know we'll get to, but I'm going to try to go one stream on this. And now that I'm not pushing that anymore, it's been really hard for me to pull back from that. And I feel like I'm racing through games too much and not enjoying them enough, or not being careful enough to try to get good at them. I assume couldn't cry for credit. I'd rather not be a piece of paper. There's nothing wrong with having some weight, you know, within reason. I think that the actual range of what is good and healthy to be in is a bit like, goes a bit higher than I think a lot of people put it. But I've also known a lot of people who like were dangerously skinny, who just could not put on weight. I think Sky said he's like that, where he just can't put weight on, and he's trying to bulk up and he just can't do it. Which I say, you just gotta learn to eat. But I'm sure he is eating, but like, eat worse stuff. Treat your body worse. Or just let age take over. Eventually that metabolism will slow down, and suddenly, like a man with a shellfish allergy eating a bunch of shrimp. Came armed with my wit. You always come armed with your wit and other things. This guy needs your protein slurry. That'll get him some meat on him. Yes, he's got to bulk up. He's got to bulk up and get that skin stretched out, because that's just more flesh to be, you know, harvested when the time comes. But you didn't hear that from me. Anyway, so yeah, I hopefully that hasn't like too drastically impacted the enjoyment of the streams I've had, but especially like Resident Evil, I felt like I watched afterwards like, man, I could have done this better. I could have tried a little harder. I could have slowed down, taken my time on this. But I was looking at it like, I could probably finish this tonight, and I got too stuck in that and just kind of like, I'll just race through these zombies. I don't care how much health I lose. And that, like, that's how you get hosed in Resident Evil games. You stop being careful. I'm the true monster of the moors. That is my dream. I've told you this, have I not? I don't know if I've told you this. My one ultimate dream in life, the ultimate fulfillment that I seek to reach before my end, is to become a terrifying urban legend along the lines of your Sasquatch, your Jersey Devil, your Mothman. Something along those lines. Something that will be shared via word of mouth and spread around. I want to become the human creepypasta. I'm vying for the guy that lives inside your walls. Not necessarily your walls, but like any building. Just pick a building at random. And like that, there's a guy that lives inside those walls, and he comes out at night and steals from the vending machine. And sometimes he eats the pets. That's my goal. I still have several years to achieve that. Not really impacting your streams for me. Like your voice thoughts, see your experience games. It's fun. I appreciate that. I worry too much, perhaps. But especially like Mega Man 8, when I went back and looked at it, it's like, I was not really engaging with this enough. And I'm excited to get back to that next week because I really didn't spend time playing with the different weapons. And I realized that a lot of the stuff, like it should have occurred to me earlier, like, wait, I don't have rush coil. Like that's because some of those weapons will move you higher. Like that you can ride the tornado straight up. I'm like, why didn't I think about that? I didn't even try this stuff. So I got some ideas. I did get one hot tip on the sled section that if you use Astro Man's attack, Mega Man kind of hovers in the air for a while. So for that last jump that I kept having trouble landing, if I use Astro Man's attack, Mega Man will just hover in the air and the screen will push him over and I'll make it. Like, oh man, why didn't I think about that? Because I never even tried the weapon. I didn't even know what it did. I was trying to become Are You Afraid of the Dark Legend told my children across the land to scare each other. That is my goal. That is my dream. My dream is to see you in your dreams or nightmares. I've already achieved this, not intentionally, and I do feel kind of bad, but I've already achieved this with one viewer who has told me a couple of times that he's seen me in the dreams in borderline terrifying fashion, sometimes straight terrifying. And well, I feel bad for giving someone bad dreams, but there's a part of me that feels satisfaction because I feel like I'm on my way to the real Freddy Krueger status that I have long longed for. Gonna do demake in the coming weeks. Looks fun as hell. Oh yeah, what is it? What's the demake for? Perhenmo, is that for? Is it the like NES style demake? Did they go all the way back to NES on that, or is it SNES? SNES would kind of make sense because they reused a lot of the sprites for Mega Man and Base. But NES would be very interesting. 1, 2, Jum is coming for you. That's right. SNES? Yeah. You're like your first Nightmare on Elm Street kind of saying life goals. Indeed. That's real immortality. That's once you get inside the heads of the people, you become an idea. It's just like in V for Vendetta. Ideas are bulletproof. Now, granted, he did die, but the idea lived on, and that's what really matters. The immortal is a nightmarish entity. Nice little Creep Kids song. I'm all for it. I'm gonna have to commission someone to write something for that. I'd like to. I don't even know where to look for this, but I'd like to commission somebody to write some music for the streams, but I don't know what kind of costs that would entail. But I would be interested in that. If we get someone to put together some nice musical arrangement of a terrifying child song about the curse of Jum Jumington. I'm excited about it. Music? Yes. Yeah, I've looked around for other stuff because I had some ideas for different opening and ending screens and so on. Audio library is good. So I got mine. I've pulled a fair amount of stuff from that. I haven't used much, if any of it. I don't know if I used any of it yet. I think everything I've used so far came from BGMer. And I like that stuff. But I thought it would be nice to commission someone to, make me a bespoke theme that is uniquely mine. I find it very interesting because if you look at like other much bigger and more popular corporate VTubers like HoloLive, right? And there's a lot of music that HoloLive uses that came from I forget the name of it, but it came from another royalty-free music site. Y'all probably know what it is if you follow any of this stuff. I can't remember the name of it, but they there's a lot of the stuff, like if you play Holocure, a lot of the songs in that were pulled from that and kind of remixed, and they've like become that. Like Pecora's BGM theme is just music you could go get on that site. But like everyone associates it with Usada Pecora now. If you hear it, most people who are familiar are like, oh, that's Pecora's theme. And it's funny how that stuff works. I imagine eventually they probably have some deal with that, but I really don't know. I don't want to cast aspersions. I don't want to go anything one way or there. We got a ton of tutorials. Remember how to music. NCS. I'm trying to think. What is it? It's going to drive me crazy. Make the cover for it be the thumbnail for Mortuary Assistant crawling out of the morgue storage. That's good. I get an embarrassing amount of mileage out of a handful of poses that I've saved of my model. I've got like a dozen of them that I actually use, and I just continually reuse them. Like, if I just put some filters on it, they'll never know. It works really well. I really, it's something that I hope to accomplish in 2025 is to get my model really cleaned up, texture wise and weight painting wise. Particularly the hands are kind of jacked up. I like to be able to use that stuff more, and maybe get like a more stylized outfit. Although every idea I think of, it's like, that would be cool. And then I see someone else who looks just like that. Like, that's where I know it from. I saw that guy do it. Dova syndrome. That's where a lot of the music that they use from. Dova syndrome is another popular one that they'll use. Sorry, every time I click out of this, I lose it. All right. Get my throat nice and liquided up. Oh, if it gives a sort of dead core, it's good. Definitely curious as to how you update them out. Yeah, I like the outfit a lot. I know it's not like real flashy or attention getting, but I'm happy with it, and it does convey me. This is who I am. This is an actual outfit that I wear, or have worn anyway. I haven't had to dress this formally in some time, but particularly as it's getting colder now, I will be wearing precisely this. But I'd like to have like a t-shirt or a hoodie, maybe something a little bit more sci-fi-ish. I don't want to get too crazy. With it. But eventually I will. Eventually I had some ideas, but it just depends on how I can adapt my skill. Coming back to the village with the vicar who likes to let his blood flow. He likes it when the red water flows. A spider gem is coming. Ooh, I wish. Oh! The hell is that? I think something just fell on my roof. I mean, not actually. I'm not actually concerned like a tree or anything fell, but like, it's probably just snow. You start getting snow and it kind of builds up on a slope and then a big clump of it falls down. It's probably fine. Yeah, any of y'all familiar with salad fingers? This is kind of an old throwback, but like that. You get snow. Yeah, it started snowing last night, and it's pretty cold outside today, and there was snow out there, but it wasn't like a ton. It wasn't a ton. Enough to have to break out the snow brush and clean the car off, but not enough to make driving an issue, which is we're not quite there yet. We start getting snow usually around like Halloween, which sucks. I feel bad for the trick-or-treaters. This year we didn't get snow. It's the first in a little while, but usually like the snow starts in October. It's rainy here. It's probably raining right now. We're in that awkward period where like it'll snow and then it'll turn back into rain, and then the sun goes down and everything turns to ice. That kind of blows. I'm glad I cleaned the gutters out last week and got my oil changed, which is, such a small thing in the grand scheme of things. But every time I change my oil, I have that that huge rush of satisfaction. I feel like I'm driving a whole new car. It doesn't affect how the car's been driving at all, but it's like as my mileage goes up and I approach the need for an oil change, I have this wave of anxiety that's like, oh no. And then once I finally do it, it's like all of that anxiety is released. It's like, I feel so much better now. But it's especially when the weather starts turning and I can get into it before the weather gets really nasty. Because the best way, the best location I have to change the oil now is parked halfway inside of someone's garage. Because I don't have a garage. It's street parking for me outside the cave. My brother's garage, he turned into I don't even know what. He just stores a bunch of stuff in there and hangs out in there. So he walled over his garage door, built a wall over it. My dad's garage, who I go out there, is filled with junk because he's a bit of a pack rat, and that's putting it lightly. And that's being nice about it. So then I have my parents, my mother and my stepfather, who live in the same town that I do. I can use their garage. They also have a lot of stuff. And once or twice a year, they're able to clear enough space to pull like one car in. And this time when I was like, hey, is your garage open? Can I use it? Hey, Reed, what's happening? Welcome in. Good to see you. I was able to get the car just inside the garage enough. They were able to clear just enough space for me to get it inside enough so I wasn't exposed to the elements. But it was also like, not too bad a day. I think it was like in the mid 60s. So it wasn't too bad. And then the next day it snowed and I was like, oh, well, I'm glad I took care of that. Yeah, it's such a... I feel so much like anxiety over getting the oil change because I'm like, well, what if something goes wrong? And like, it never has. Everything's fine. I've been doing it for years. I've got it down. It's not a big deal. Except for getting the car like jacked up. Always like puts me on edge. If for nothing else, then the way modern cars are designed, there's like specific points where you're supposed to jack them up and put them on stands. And if you don't get that, you bend all kinds of metal and it freaks me out. We're going to put out a teaser short for my next Let's Play series. Oh yeah? I didn't see it. I didn't see the short. Let me. I would have gotten a notification. It wasn't on my computer. Oh, I don't think I get notifications for shorts. Which makes sense, I guess. Does it? I don't know if it does. Why don't you tell me what series it is, Reed? What's the series? Don't keep us in suspense here. Hen, rooster, hen. Trousers. Can I steal these trousers? I want to know. What was it? Space? Yes. Windows. Curved stone. Interesting. So this is the house of... what is it? It's not enough click, is it? Say 30 minutes passed as you started the game. 30 minutes is, that's pretty short. Usually I could talk for like an hour or two. Which I like to think is what the people come for, but sooner or later I gotta make it to the game. How do I do, it's in the wonderful one of bosses. Oh. Could pick up a hen. It does nothing but, picking animals. I will pick it up. Oh, no, I know it's up here. That's what I wanted. Leonard Shoulder. Okay. I couldn't remember his name. That was all I wanted to do. And I was like, how do I get in the inventory? To do. Oh, that's also useful. Never know you need a pocket hen. Can you throw it at people to distract them with a sha-sha-sha? Mr. Shoulder did not show up. I need to find him today to discuss the excavation. Explore Bewley. I should take a look around the area and see what I can find out about Mr. Shoulder on Ham's Barrow. Investigate Mr. Shoulder's cottage. Is he home? Intriguing. Primitive pocket monsters. Goose is the worst. Let's get some what are they called them? Someone called like the Canadian geese, like the Canadian what do they call them? Like it's got cobra in it somewhere like that. You know what I'm talking about? You ever heard this expression? They refer to like Canadian geese as like murder cobras or something like that. I know it's got cobra in it somewhere. Unless I'm confusing it with something else. Goose hiss like a snake. Yeah. Swans too. I worked at a place that had some swans that nested around it. And in the summertime, you had to be very wary about going out certain doors because the swans would hover around and wait for someone to open the door and try and bum rush into the building. And it was a whole thing. They're mean. They're nasty. Yeah, I don't like birds. I'm just gonna say it. I don't like birds. I'm not afraid of birds. I don't like them because they seem okay. Something like crows and ravens, I think I'm okay with. Which maybe I shouldn't be, but a lot of the birds, like, oh look, it's a bird, and then like you actually have to deal with them, and it's like, no, I'm a monster.
Here, chuk chuk chuk.
Oh,
Encourage them.
don't encourage them. Come on, play baseball with a broom and a goose. Oh my god. High school had to pass through the park to get to the bus depot, and the swans were evil. Yeah, swans are not nice. Swans are not nice.
Little hen, plump and well groomed.
They chase the elderly. They're after their bread, which I'm told like is the worst thing to feed them. The bread is actually extremely harmful to them. Maybe the people who are feeding the bread know that. Try to save an old lady with my backpack one day. You'll make an enemy for life out of those birds. Nothing is nice. Stop trying to pet everything. No! Don't tell me what to do. Come back. Oh, I got it.
Care to hold one, Father Roach?
Put that thing down, would you?
You're no fun.
The hen is just one of God's creatures, Father. You should love all of God's creatures. Even the evil birds. Papa Roach. Yeah. I know, right, Fredmo? That was my first thought. When she said it, I was like, I couldn't have heard her properly. His name cannot be Roach. Father Roach. Papa Roach. It can't be. No, it is. It is. Couldn't leave her. No, I mean, that's good. That's a noble thing. Gotta protect the people from the encroaches of the birds.
The trousers feel damp. Freshly hung or still wet from last night's rain?
It's a normal thing.
That glove looks familiar.
Oh!
I wonder if it matches the glove I found behind the plough and furrow.
Let's take a look. Let's compare it. Use glove with glove.
The gloves are a pair.
It is.
Does this mean Mr. Shoulder was in the alley last night?
Well, that's creepy as all get out.
To see me?
He's just hovering outside.
Slightly damp.
I have a similar one myself. So very warm.
Very nice. Glad I got a second chance. Yeah. It cannot be missed.
No sign of life?
None. The window is nice and clean. The dwelling is by no means abandoned.
Well, he's got his clothes on the line. Although technically that clothes could have been out there for like forever, you know. What's up with this carved stone?
Carved stone has been affixed to the door. I think it depicts a crescent moon. It's bolted onto the door itself. I can't remove it. Father, what do you make of this?
A peculiar adornment. I've not seen any like this in Bewley. Though it does remind me of a passage by the bard himself.
Tell me more. Oh, here we go.
The very error of the moon.
Yes.
She comes nearer earth than she was wont, and makes men mad.
Othello? I don't believe it's balance. I think it's Othello. Cut my life into pieces. This is my last prayer. Exorcism, no working. Suffocation, no breathing. What's up, Sky?
Presently flawless.
Oh, we got it. It was
Consider
Othello.
myself to be well read, Father Roach.
It's delightful to meet a fellow bookworm, I must say.
Don't give a cross when parishioners kneeling. It writes itself. Surely they knew. I don't know. I'm sure there's plenty of like bands. I know there's plenty of bands that people will be like, oh, you mean like that band? I have no idea. Somebody made like wasn't it a group like 98 Degrees? They made a reference to someone from that one day when it was 98 degrees outside, and I was like, haha, who's that? And they were very offended. You can't have someone Father Roach and like not make that. It's like if you had a park in your game and it was Lincoln Park. It's like, everybody knows. Everybody knows. At the time, Ryan Stiles thought Kid Rock was a band. It's not a band. It's a way of life. What's up, Crooked Gamer? What's happening? We're just investigating this creepy cottage. We've successfully matched...
I've no desire to lug a block of wood about the countryside.
I just meant walk over there. We've successfully matched a glove we found that was dropped by a mysterious guy in the alleyway to this glove here, so it probably belongs to the mysterious Mr. Shoulder, who supposedly lives here.
Mr. Shoulder? Is Thomasina Bateman here?
Everything in this place is just subtly off so far.
Discussed.
I know Lincoln Park is a real place.
His hearing probably isn't the best at his age.
But I'm saying, if you had a park that you called Lincoln Park, and it wasn't in the location of the actual Lincoln Park, right? Because I'm sure there's an actual Father Roach out there in the world, but like, I don't know. Lincoln Car, Abe Lincoln, Lincoln Memorial. A lot of Lincolns out there. Lincoln Logs. A lot of Lincolns in the world. It's just like jump slightly, subtly off. Just enough to put people ill at ease. Jaguar and Porsche trying to get out of business. Are they? Car companies got a rough shake these days, but I also think they've, like many industries, have made many poor business decisions. Well, I mean,
Mr.
just
Shoulder,
nobody
you
here.
home?
Not seen their ads. I rarely see advertisements because I don't watch TV and an ad block or pay
Mr.
to get
Shoulder
things
is not at home.
without ads wherever I can.
Curses.
Perhaps you could try the handle.
Oh,
It's locked.
Perhaps he's gone for a stroll.
Possibly.
I'd suggest you call back later, my child. I myself must make my way back home. I have some matters to attend to at the church.
he's got to apply his nightly leeches. I'll send the link. The only thing I saw about Jaguar was like a looked like they changed the logo and it looked bad. But I don't honestly pay attention much to those because I'll never own either of those brands of vehicles. They're a little outside my pay grade. Currently 0. Do some fledglings. Yeah, you know, the normal deal. Get the old King James out and whip crack at your old back. And it's 30 seconds and killed the brand. I don't know. I don't think it takes much. Twitter guy also messing it up for the company. I think just, you know, some companies just got to stay off the social media. Stop trying to chase that bag, you know. It's not going to go well. Except Wendy's. Wendy's was fun on social media. They're pretty brutal. But no, I guess people don't find it amusing anymore. I thought they were funny. I mean, Wendy's released an RPG. It was free, but they released a tabletop RPG you can play based on Wendy's. Wendy's is fun and brutal. Wendy's used to have, I don't know if they still do, this was probably a while ago now, they had someone managing their social media that was just constantly flaming other restaurants and just being like a super troll on Twitter. It was great. Doing that tabletop, chase Peter Pan or make burgers. Let me find this. Excuse the audio dropping out. Wendy's TTRPG. Wendy's Feast of Legends is what it's called. Based on everything that I read on it, it was supposed to be, it's pretty legit. It's a pretty legit thing. Here's a link to the archive.org. If you are curious, copy. Come on. Don't give me trouble on this. They used to have a website, but I believe the website is gone now. But here is the Wendy's Feast of Legend TTRPG. You can read all of it for yourself. God, Jum's a very loud mouse. It's got the clicks, man. I mean, you'll only hear it if I'm talking. It's not loud enough to set off the noise filter on its own. So here's me clicking without talking. You might hear some of it. Probably has a wheel too. Of course it's got a wheel. Take that ball and wash it. It's laser for me, man. I have one ball mouse and I got out of a box of cereal. Actually, it didn't come in a box of cereal. I had to send away for it. It was a pirate skull mouse. I was very excited. And then it came in the mail and it was a PS2 ball mouse. In an age where laser was already the thing and USB had taken it over. And I was just like, how long have you been sitting on this crap? I can't believe I paid postage for this. And ate your garbage cereal just for this mouse. Still have it though. Can't get rid of it. I learned so much in Sims. Oh, that's my goal, is to try and educate. Sometimes terrorize, but mostly educate. And things that you probably wouldn't hear otherwise because it's not extremely useful knowledge. But who knows? Maybe someone who's looking to start up a tabletop group will get that and go, this is it. This is how I finally get them in. It's second only to the fan-made Gummy Bears D&D supplement, which is legit like Disney's Gummy Bears. They did an excellent job of it. And I was like, this is very interesting. And then I looked at the address where it was hosted and went to the main page, like the topmost page, and found out it was a furry website. And I was like, well, now I don't know how to feel about this. I thought they did a very good job of this, but now I feel like I'm attaching to something I may not want to. But I'll give them credit. They did a really good job statting out the gummy berry juice and so forth. It's a great that Duolingo also is good with their social media marketing. Oh, I haven't seen that. I'll have to look at that. I can imagine the kind of memes about the Duolingo owl. As long as it's not current events, Jum is on the case. Yeah, I don't want nothing to do with current events. I would prefer to pretend like the modern world just doesn't exist at all. Once it's about 10 years past us, then we can talk about it. That's my stratagem. Useless information is the best information. I don't care for the young whippersnappers drama. Yeah, I mean, straight up, like, a lot of the stuff that's out there that people are talking about is like, speculation says this. And then there'll be like 100 damn videos on YouTube expounding on this when there's no information. It's based on one unverified tweet from somebody and everyone's running with it. How long have we been hearing about the Switch 2 or the Switch Pro, right? But the Switch came out and people started talking about, hey, I've got inside information. The Switch Pro is coming. I looked at these receipts from this company and it shows that they're making the Switch Pro. The Switch Pro still hasn't materialized, but I've been hearing about it since day one of the Switch. Well, all these leaks, I don't click on any of that stuff anymore. I will be the last person to know when a new Switch has come out, because every time I see something that claims to be news on the new Nintendo Switch, it's always like this wild, crazy conspiracy theory that like, yeah, this company reported that Nintendo is buying rubber bands, and that can only mean one thing. It's like, it doesn't mean anything. Also, who says it's Nintendo? This guy did. Right, but it doesn't say Nintendo on there. Oh, well, let's see, the thing is, they go through, like, it's garbage. And so I don't pay attention to most of that stuff, because most of it's just garbage. Then the people will forget about it in a week. They'll stop talking about it. Making a new Switch? Who knows? Who knows, Leather? I don't. I haven't seen any real reliable reporting on it, like, ever. Everything is always like rumors. Rumors are this. Speculation is that. And most of it is just that people like the Switch, but they wish it was better. And so they fabricated this like wild amount of copium that's like, any day now they're going to come out with a Switch that will run games at 4K 120. And it's like, no, they're not. They're not. The most recent rumors for next year, which I believe to be honest, when it comes out, when I can hold one in my hands, I will listen. But I've been hearing that every year. It's like the Rapture, right? How many times is the Rapture supposed to have come by now? And it hasn't happened yet. Unless it did way back in biblical times, right? Because if you actually read it, as the description, all of the events that should lead to the rapture, right, have already happened. And they acknowledge that in the Bible. If they have like a annotated Bible, they'll acknowledge like this stuff happened. It's like, well, then the rapture already happened, and we're all the remnants of who was left behind. Well, no, not necessarily. Like, no. But people keep saying it's going to happen. People keep saying it's going to happen. And then the year comes. There are people out there predicting the end of the world every year for like 10 years. And when it doesn't happen, they just move the clock ahead to next year with no acknowledgement that they were wrong. I'm not trying to brag on like, religion here. Just the crazier aspects of it, like the world's ending. Yeah, okay, sure. As long as Hellblade comes to PC next year, I'll be happy. I don't know why I wouldn't. Why wouldn't you? Everyone should be putting their stuff on PC. Expand your market. Do it well. Don't do it like a crappy port, but I know there's an updated Switch. Well, they had the Switch OLED, but like internally it's pretty much the same, just a new screen. The dock was different too, but it's not a huge thing. When they took one person and left the rest and we're still living here. It could be. The OLED Switch got good quality from what I've seen. Said that'd be the second Switch. Yeah. I don't know if were they going to put out an OLED Switch Lite? Because that's the other one. They got the Switch Lite, which is weird to me. I understand their reasoning, but like, I can imagine a lot of people getting the Switch Lite not fully understanding you can't connect it to a TV and being very mad about that. I actually read a review to that point that they were mad that the less expensive Switch did not do everything the more expensive Switch did. It's like being mad that the cards in Guess You don't actually talk, which somebody asked. I actually brought a lawsuit over, I believe, but that's just craziness. So should we go ahead? You go ahead, Father. Thank you. I like to look around from further. Let's go. I'm ready to leave. I'm going to look around on my own. All right. Cry havoc and let slip the grave robber of war here.
No, you go ahead, Father. Thank you.
As you wish. Farewell, Miss Bateman. I hope Mr. Shoulder finds his way to you.
Thank you for your help, Father Roach.
My pleasure. Parting is such sweet sorrow.
I believe it is Romeo and Juliet.
Romeo and Juliet?
Correct. That I shall say good night till it be morrow. You've proven yourself to be an impeccable scholar of the bard, my child. Lord be with you.
Screen doctor 15 minutes ago, but it's not a Switch you don't. For him, I turned that off on the Switch. It'll never happen again.
Bewley, and now you're nowhere to be found.
Only one I got on my own. Well, that one I knew. The rest of them, it was like, I'm not familiar with this quote. Which one of these am I not familiar with? And that has borne out fairly well for me so far. I have a complete collection of Shakespeare's works, but I can't say I've read all of them. I was in a couple of Shakespeare performances in middle school, which is meaningless, but enough to know some of it. I don't remember much of any of it anymore, but it's the kind of thing that I couldn't remember it, but if you put it in front of me, I'm like, oh yeah, that looks familiar. So if I see something that's not, and it's the one I didn't read, there we go. Ron by Kurosawa, that counts, right? Absolutely does. If you have watched Ron by Kurosawa, which is a fantastic movie, then you are well versed in King Lear, and you will get course credit for that at the Jumington Dynamics University, which I should add is no longer functional or accredited in any way, but for whatever that's worth. Can't carry the light on the OG. Person not big enough. The OG can lose the controllers. Oh, that's smart. I like almost never take my Switch off the dock unless I'm moving in between. I own 2 docks because I have one connected to my TV in my domicile and one in the streaming area. And that's about it. Somebody mentioned the other day concern about the battery puffing out, and I started freaking out. Like, maybe I should look at that. I was in 2 plays, neither was good in junior high school. I don't want to bash junior high school because I went to school with a lot of like super overachievers. who in all likelihood didn't do anything with any of that talent that they had there and just went on to boring office jobs, which is fine. I'm sure maybe they're happy. I hope they are. I wish them well, right? I'm just disappointed that I didn't get to read some amazing book by them or so forth, but you do you. But generally speaking, a bunch of middle schoolers are not going to be able to put on like an amazing performance of that stuff. And more often than not, the time constraints they're on, it's going to be just okay. Which isn't to say it can't be fun or a good experience, but not expecting something amazing. I mean, new Switch, let's hope it becomes more advanced, like better controls and better graphics. I don't know what they'll do so much for the controls. Which isn't to say that they can't do more with controls, right? But I think we've reached kind of like a peak point of control. But I also feel like there's a big issue with expanding controls out because so many developers want things to be cross-platform. Look at the PlayStation 5. If you've played Astrobot's Playroom, which came with the PS5, with the PS5 DualSense, it makes full use of all the cool enhanced features of that controller. I don't think any other game's going to touch that. Right? Because then if they go to port it to Xbox, they're not going to have that cool little touchscreen. You can't blow on it, etc., etc. Let's do more capture card support. Automatic shutdown when attempted to connect to something else on the TV. Copyrighted video as well as audio. Are they going backwards on that? There's ways around that. I don't buy that. That seems like a lot of extra work they would have to put into it, but well, I mean, maybe not, but I shouldn't say extra work. I'm sure it's a non-zero cost. That's true. I'll stream either way. Yeah, I know that PS3 is like that. People still stream the PS3 either by using an analog video output, or it's not that difficult to find a device that strips out DHCP. Not DHCP. What am I saying? That's a network protocol. What the hell is it? now I just have DHCP in my head. I know that's not what that is. That got me protection on HDCP. HDCP. It had some of the same letters. Don't laugh at me too much. There are devices that can strip that out. They're not supposed to. But they are out there. Usually it's like cheap HDMI splitters. Mocking Nintendo's hate for streamers. I think Nintendo's modern day beef with streamers is just people who are streaming pirated games before they've released, which is, in my mind, a legit concern for anyone producing games. If people are breaking street data on stuff, but I mean, if they go full nuclear on it, like, I think that's going to hurt them more than help them. What are we looking for here? It shouldn't be damaged as long as you don't have the system on constant overdrive. Yeah, they well, the Switch, like, there's been talk of like the Switch not fully going to sleep or being very warm in the dock when it's been off for a while, and when it shouldn't be getting warm.
I've no desire to lug a block of
I just
wood
wanted you to
about
look
the
at it.
countryside.
Just want to look at it.
Mr. Shoulder has stacked blocks of wood neatly beneath this small lean-to.
Indeed. But sometimes batteries, depending on how good the charging circuit is, you'll get a situation where the battery drops charge just as a matter of course over time, and then it goes to recharge it, and then that short cycle can negatively impact battery life, but it can also create problems. You know, lithium-ion batteries can be iffy on their own. But the HDCP, like being able to block capture devices, was there in PS3. I think Xbox didn't have that so much, but there was still the capability of things to do it. Like anything that runs through HDMI has to include HDCP as a function, and it has to support, like, if the signal says, hey, this is encrypted, it has to, you know, capture devices are meant to block that, otherwise they don't get specification and can get in trouble with that, right? PS3, it was built in. The PS4, it's a function you can turn off, but there's still a possibility that some games will push HDCP, and so you might not see cutscenes. I don't know specific examples, but I have heard a few games did that. They don't like if you're to Nintendo Direct and not comment, just basically putting the stream and make money for it. Well, yeah, anyone would. Let's be honest. Like, React content, I'm not a huge fan of anyway. But it's especially egregious if you're just rebroadcasting it and monetizing it and you're not adding anything to it. And that's generally been the attitude towards a lot of stuff. Like, there's a difference between like playing a game with commentary on it and then just showing the entire game. Although even that I don't think is that big of a deal. But like a movie or anything like that, if you're just rebroadcasting somebody else's stream and monetizing it as your own, like, no, they should be against that. I totally understand that. If you're commenting on it, that's fine. The best way to do it is just to like a movie watch along. You just comment on it and then put the link up for people to watch it and watch their own thing, and don't put it on your own stream at all. But that's, you know, there's good ways and bad ways to do it. And I think a lot of the negative reaction comes from bad ways to do it. Because I've seen people do React where they're watching the video and they're just letting it run and they never really say anything about it. And they're just like eating a sandwich there. And it's like, you're not really doing anything transformative to this.
I've come a long way to meet you, Mr. Shoulder.
And people will do
Please
legit
open the
complain.
door.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's, I mean, again, I've said before, like, I don't want to pretend like Nintendo is not your buddy. Nintendo is a business. And I think because they seem friendly, there's this idea that like they're not going to do stuff that is in their own best interest as a business because it doesn't jive well with the fans. No, they're going to do business first. They're going to do business first. That's their whole deal. That's their whole shtick. They've always been that way. Always. So every time, you know, I see something about what Nintendo's doing this now, it's like, yeah, that's just business. That's business stuff. I understand that you don't like it, but don't act surprised by it, you know? It's like if like serial knife stabber caught stabbing again to the shock of everyone. Why? They're a serial knife stabber. How many times have they gone to jail for knife stabbing? They're known as the knife stabber. And then they stab someone like, I can't believe it. I never thought knife stabber would stab someone with a knife. And a crying chanting about it though for clout because money is down after Christmas. Yeah. Kind of like the adpocalypse of Twitch. Only people with the tags like political are removed the next day. Their ad revenue comes back. Yeah, that's all. Hey, Twitch is like insane where they go with stuff. I think a lot of the stuff with that is like weird reactionaryism with no real intent behind it or very negative intent. Though I'm not knowledgeable enough to really comment.
Mr. Shoulder continues to prove himself elusive.
What I'm kind of slipping through the window. I probably just need to leave here.
No sign of any movement.
School's worst enemy, Mr. Shoulders. Is that a reference to a dress code thing, Leather? I'm assuming, unless I'm missing something. I remember when I was in school, that was a big deal. No midriffs, no showing your shoulders. It's like, no, let me see the shoulders. What are we? We're in the Victorian era here. What are we worried about seeing someone's ankles? Reference to dress code. Check your bit rate. More? Bit rate looks okay. I haven't seen any issue with it dropping out on my end. I don't know if you were experiencing issues. Although, that isn't to say it hasn't. Sometimes it'll dip out for a second when I'm not looking, and when I look back at it, it says it's fine. All right, I'm leaving. I guess we're just going.
As I trudged back to Bewley across those cold moors, I made a new resolution.
1920 by 1080 is my guess. Or 3840 by 1440. Or is it 3860? 3860, yes, that's right. That's my favorite resolution. 1440p for life. 4K is nice and all, but 1440p is it's that sweet spot. That sweet spot. 1080 is fine. 1080 gaming, I can live with. I'm fine with it. But 1440p just gives it a little bit of extra spice. The time I think I was watching 2 streams and commenting in the wrong one. Well, I could follow it. I can only watch 1 stream at a time. Oh yeah, because you're on the phone, on a telephone, a smartphone. I thought some of those could do split screen. I don't know how that would work on streams. But on mobile, I imagine that would be kind of, even if you could split it between 2, that'd be pretty crazy. If it were us, we'd sneak through the window. That's what I'm saying. Getting through the windows. Not too much of school. They're worried about those ankles. They want to show those lewd ankles.
I would find Hobbs Barrow myself,
ideas.
with or without Mr. Shoulder.
So what happened to Mr. Shoulder? And is he related to Mr. Sandman? Can he bring us a dream?
That must be Kenneth. I should go and meet him at the station.
You know what the sound and music here reminds me of? The opening sequence of the Dario Argento movie Phenomenon, where they talk about how the wind blows through the mountains in the section and is said to drive people insane because of the specific noise that it makes. That's what this makes me think of. The sound that makes people going insane. Let's listen to it for a bit and see if anyone loses it. Could split screen, not split watch. It'll automatically pause one stream and play another. Oh, that's right. That's right. Or a mission to enter the Barrow. Leaks Falls Barrow. Not that one. We'll get to that later. We got to go quite a bit further north for that. Well, let's go find Kenneth. Fresh grave. Delicious.
This appears to be a recently dug, unmarked grave.
I need to go find Kenneth so I can get some money so I can buy some delicious pudding from this delightful old lady. Still selling that pudding.
In memory of Romeo Hegg, dearly missed by his beloved Juliet.
Now, I have to question. Is it actual Juliet? Or is it just saying that? Because that's... What kind of life have you set for your child if you name them Romeo and then they move into somewhere into Juliet? That would actually kind of suck. Because even if you don't like them, everyone would be like, you should totally get together with Juliet. Like, I don't like Juliet. I don't like Juliet. Juliet stabbed me with a syringe. I don't know what was in it. I don't want to get together with Juliet. No, it's perfect because of the name. I think Grandma was joking. Did you break her head, Mo? Probably. It's probably the noise that makes people go crazy. Probably in a Taylor Swift song. Oh no! The terror!
In memory of
Did you go to school with the Romeo? And he did date a Juliet. See what I'm saying? You can't, even if you don't want to, the pressure will be too great. Very few will be able to resist it. Some may even buy into it, right? Like a Stockholm syndrome. Like, maybe I should. Maybe I should. And you know what? Maybe it'll work out. Maybe it's fine. But it's like the old joke, if you name your kid Jeeves, you're setting him up for a life as a butler.
Hello, good day.
This one time in jiu-jitsu class, new guy showed up older, about 40. First I asked for his name, he said Zeus. The first time I saw a room of adult men looking at all in envy. You can just go legally change your name. You'll become Optimus Prime if you want. Relations ended when she tried to choke him with a laundry cord. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? A friend said she saw him with another girl, and she did. His cousin who goes to school. Yeah, see? See? Now he's going to regret that decision, right? He's going to be like, I don't know, man. I don't know about this. But is he just going to go look for another Juliet? Is he going to request that they change their name? If my parents had named me Romeo, I would have changed it as soon as I legally could. My parents wanted to name me Thor originally. Or Igor. I forget. One of them was my brother and one of them was me. One of them was supposed to be Thorn, one of them was supposed to be Igor. I don't know what they were on. Whatever it wasn't that good. Juliet, you're my cousin. Oh no. Igor would have been amazing. I think it's the kind of thing that as an adult, like if you woke up in your 30s and had that name, it would be cool. But growing up with that name would be awful. It's like people who are named, I was listening to my brother and me in this podcast, and someone was asking how to deal with their name being Kevin Kline. And they're like, just like a lifetime of being compared to the actor Kevin Kline. And like people would hear like, oh, that must be cool. And it's like, no. If your name suddenly became that now, it might be, but if you had to grow up with that, you would hate it. You'd hate it. It's like ice cream. Ice cream is delicious, but you don't want to eat ice cream 5 times a day. You'll get sick of it. Too much of a good thing. Our boy was named Romeo and got saved. Yes, saved from the nightmare. What do you go have fit that hunchback look you have going on? Left over from the weather scale. Named myself Fred. Somebody asked me if I was a hunchback once when I was very young, and I really didn't understand it. My posture is not nearly that bad. But I think their reference was my backpack. Because my locker was poorly positioned in high school, my backpack had every single book in it. It was gigantic. It looked like a huge snail shell. But I think it was somebody that just, whatever reason, like looked at me and wanted to have something to throw at me, and I was not noteworthy in any other condition, so he just tossed that out there. And I really had no response. I was like, what? What do you even mean? What are you even talking about? No such thing as too much ice cream. I would love to agree with that, but I have to disagree with it. I think there's always too much of a good thing. And if you don't think that you may not have experienced it, I know I'm being very judgmental, being very, or I don't know what I'm being, but it's probably not good. But I think even if you want to continue enjoying the ice cream, I think eventually your body would just be like, no. Or worse, you'd get so used to it that it no longer tastes sweet and tasty. And then where are you going to go? You're going to go with the weird flavors? Oh, you'll start with something like the green tea ice cream, which is still pretty good, right? And then you're going to be eating like shrimp ice cream and like brick ice cream and shoe ice cream because you'll be looking for newer exotic flavors. You always be looking for your next fix. And your body will just become more and more resistant to it. And eventually you'll be grinding up elephants to make your ice cream. And then where will that leave you? Just disagreeing on reflex. It's the fantasy of ice cream all day, every day. But the reality is eventually your body would just be like, I need to vacate all the contents of your digestive tract immediately. We were not built for this much dairy. I'm sorry. It's time to let it all go. And then you may never recover fully from that. That gut flora will be thrown off for generations. They'll go to froyo. Whatever happened? Like, is frozen yogurt still a thing? You remember like frozen yogurt places back in like the 90s? It was such a big deal, and it seemed like they all just vanished. Football player. A linebacker. Oh my God, for Edmo. For a boy named Romeo, I just lie saying I already have a girl named Juliet. Just shut everyone up. Yeah. It's still a thing. Never had it though. I thought it was pretty good. I haven't had any in ages. It's different from ice cream, but not bad. They got renamed gelato. Is gelato just frozen yogurt? No, that's something different, right? Have I been, I can't say I've been lied to. Nobody ever said gelato wasn't frozen yogurt, but I thought gelato was different in some way. Gelato was ice cream with more fat. It's worse ice cream. Worse for you. Maybe. Actually, I don't know if that would make it worse for you. I don't know what the current consensus is. I know that shifts every couple of years. First name of a kid I went to school with was Rufio Dr. Man. That is pretty It's pretty out there. Talenti, if you can get some. I'll have to try some. I'll have to look for that next time I'm at the store. I don't normally buy dessert stuff. I mostly just stick with the protein, but it's nice to have a treat every now and then. What's this got Father Roach's house? Too soon, St. Michael. Only one woman you dated. I don't know. That strikes me as like the same thing. Like you get together just for the vine. You're doing it for the vine, and then maybe you find out you really like each other. Maybe that's how the Romeo and Juliet stuff happens, where you're like, I felt pressured into this, and then it's like, actually, this is pretty good. It can actually go the other way, where you're named Romeo and you meet someone who's Juliet, and you really fall for each other, but then like you don't want to get together because it's too cliched. So I should just not name your kids like that, because you're setting up for a world of trouble. Coffee and chocolate bits gelato, and it was so good. Oh, I do like chocolate flavored, or not coffee. Coffee is what I meant to say. Locked on a chocolate. I like chocolate, but I like coffee stuff. Yes. Parents are fans of Peter Pan movie. Doctors listening man. Different profession, man spelling. That's bizarre.
Father Roach asked me not to discuss that with Mrs. Duplancy.
Oh, okay. I mean, I could just not. What exactly is wrong with them? Well, okay. I will leave it to be mysterious now.
What do you know about Lord
Lord Panswick.
Wretched man. They say he is restoring a
Sorbet too?
chapel
I'll check it
near his
out.
manor, but for whom and to what god, I ask?
Is he a man of faith?
I've barely seen him set foot in St. Edmunds.
Mm.
Doesn't stop him from acting as our God-given ruler. Stay away from him, pet. Don't get yourself tangled up in local affairs.
I certainly don't intend to.
It sounds like I'm going to get myself tangled up in local affairs.
Thank you for your time.
Lord be with you.
Although I do agree, it's nice that she is not a fan of the royalty. I'm gonna get out of this place to the train station. We're ready to go this way. Where is the train station? Lord Panswick, Eldritch Worshipper? I think he's probably just an a-hole. Like an aristocratic jerk. Possibly. It freaks me out how quickly they move when they're going up and down the screen like that. Have you noticed? They're just like flying. Woo!
Where is Kenneth?
Where indeed is Kenneth? I need that money so I
He
can
was
buy
supposed
that
to wait for me at the
delicious
station.
pudding. Sorry, I'm gonna do 5 minutes of gameplay. I think we beat our stalling record, gang. Oh no, man. It's gone much longer. It's gone much longer. Eventually there'll be a stream that just like goes 2 hours. We don't touch the game at all, and then my internet goes out and I just have to delete it because the game never even came up on screen. Why is someone named Roach again? I don't know. Maybe it's, ye old English for something good. It probably isn't though. It probably isn't though. But the vicar is out pouring red water again. It was a popular medicinal I call it style technique of the time, the bloodletting, the leeches.
Mr. Tillett,
Get
where
some
did you go
tasty
last
leeches
night?
on there.
Have we met?
Last night at the Plough and Furrow.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Miss Bateman. I were blind drunk last night and woke up with a stinking headache.
You still smell like a brewery.
Sorry.
You went to use the lavatory and never came back, Mr. Tillett.
Well, at least he's not
Searched
dead.
everywhere for you.
I thought he had been disappeared by
I
someone.
think I remember you
bought me a drink. Then it's all a blur. I woke up in my bed this morning with my wife sour at me for waking her at some ungodly hour.
He's straight up. It was like two possibilities. One, he straight up scammed us out of a drink and skipped out. Or two, somebody absconded with him in the night. Now, they could have still done that. This could be a body snatchers moment, but that got chopped in protein slurry, but not by you. Hey, I thought it was whoever dropped the glove. He's got to make a just chatting stream. I haven't done that. I think the only time I did that was like on New Year's, which I will be doing again on the New Year's. I'll probably play some games, but it'll mostly just be chatting about the prior year. Excuse me. I'm laughing at myself. I could totally do just a just chatting stream in that I could just chat for a long time with chat without playing a game at all. But I don't think I could do it intentionally. I think it's more like I get a game and I just get in a conversation. Like what happens normally anyway. I get in a conversation and like I can't. This game has dialogue that I need to hear. I don't want to talk over it. Some games are easier than others to chat over, but a game like this, it's a lot of text and stuff, so it's not easy to like, hey, just listen to me talk. Don't pay attention to what's happening in the game, because I'll miss stuff. Making it come in Discord to chat stream. It's freezing outside watching the ball drop. Yeah. Yeah, I hardly pay attention to any of that stuff anymore. But I usually just like hanging out. I might throw up some game and chat about it. I do have to make a Discord. I've decided I will make a Discord. I just have to sit down and put the pieces together for it. But I still reserve the right to delete it at any point, and it becomes a huge inconvenience to me, or if I find shady business and going on with it. But what I was saying is, like, I would have to. I don't think I would intentionally schedule a just chatting stream, so it'd either just be a guerrilla stream, or I would schedule some game and just never get around to it, and eventually just give up. So I'd have to at least give myself the illusion of like, I am playing a game, and then just give up on it completely. Oh, I saw that Bewley sign coming through the back of this, and it was freaking me out because I was like, am I getting burned in here? I think burn. Is this like I played the, let me move this. Okay, we're fine. I'm just checking on my end to make sure it's not burning. I played the Ninja Turtles, the third Ninja Turtles game, through the Super Game Boy. It was a third Ninja Turtles game for Game Boy, playing on my Super Nintendo it was through the Switch. It was a collection on the Switch. And the end of that game, the credits, uses a trick to have two layers going on by flashing 2 frames alternately. So layer 1, layer 2, and it flashes back and forth between those two. And if it does it quick enough, it seems like the two are laid on top of each other, right? Because it wasn't something they could actually do. So it's a neat trick they did, right? But on a modern display, it's just like it's freaking the backlight out. And after the credits ended, I closed the game, and the 4 Ninja Turtle portraits were like burnt into my screen very brightly. I thought I had ruined my monitor. I thought the Ninja Turtles game, the Radical Rescue credit sequence, had destroyed my monitor. It did go away in about 15 minutes, but those 15 minutes, I was really sweating it. I was like, I'm not buying a new monitor because of this game. I'm writing an angry letter to these people. So it makes, now I'm like cautious about that. I don't even know how to look that up. Like, hey, does this thing break? Because, I searched for it afterwards and found other people talking about it. They all said the same thing. It went away eventually. So it wasn't like burning. It was some backlight nonsense, but that's the problem with playing games made for CRT on modern displays. Oftentimes use tricks that, at best, won't look right on a digital display, and at worst, will destroy the digital display. Curse of the Radical Rescue, yeah. I've got the perfect banner to set on my profile for your server. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know how soon I'll get that. time is tight with what next week being Thanksgiving and all, but I'm only streaming twice next week, on Monday and Tuesday, and everything else will be eaten up by the holidays. Cowabunga! All right, so we got last night. Let's just go through the list here. We'll go through all of these. Hopefully he won't cut these off. Where did you go last night? What's going on? What were you going to tell me about Leonard's shoulder? Really don't remember where you went last night. We'll get back to that. I want to know about Leonard's shoulder. Tell me about Leonard.
Tell me about Leonard's shoulder.
Who?
Cowabunga. Oh no.
Leonard's shoulder. You told me you knew him, and promised to tell me more if I bought you a drink, which I did. So what were you going to tell me?
I don't really know the old bugger.
He scammed us.
You did.
Oh, aye.
Yeah.
No, I know naught about him. No, naught about Leonard's shoulder.
Were you lying then, or are you lying now? I don't believe him. I would rather believe he's covering something up than that he just lied to me for a drink. Because if he's covering something up, it means something nefarious is afoot here, right? But if he lied to me to get a drink, it means that I've been bamboozled, and I can't accept that. I can't accept that I've been bamboozled. It must be a conspiracy.
You're hiding something, Mr. Tillett. I don't believe you.
I can't possibly get bamboozled.
When I've got the drink in me. I probably just wanted you to buy me an ale.
A likely story.
Look, what would I gain from lying to you?
That's the question.
I just wanted another drink.
Even if that's the case, it doesn't explain your disappearance.
I don't remember out.
I see. Let's ask him about himself.
How's your headache faring?
It feels like a steam engine is driving full pelt in a circle around me skull.
Be sure to drink plenty of water, Mr. Tillett.
Aye. I'll survive.
I don't know if I can help it. Tell me about Kenneth. Where is
I'm
Kenneth?
looking for my assistant, Kenneth.
Oh, aye.
His train has arrived.
Not a single soul disembarked the last train, Miss Bateman.
Oh no.
Impossible.
Is Kenneth dead inside the ticket booth?
Was that not the midday train from London by way of Derby?
Is that what's happening?
Aye, it were.
Or am I just getting ahead of myself here?
Unloaded a few crates.
But no Kenneth.
Not a soul. Hold on. One of them crates had your name on it, Miss Bateman.
Oh!
Big one it were, with...
A red ribbon.
Aye.
What is Kenneth playing?
Only part of the Red Ribbon Army.
But not himself. Curses.
I mean, again, I'm probably I'm jumping to wild conclusions. I feel like Kenneth might be dead. I feel like Mr. Shoulder might be dead. I feel like a lot of people might be dead. Where's the
my
crate?
now?
Mr. Price took away all the crates on his cart.
Ah,
Who?
Mr. Price, he's the postmaster.
okay. Did anybody ever see the movie Creepshow? I know it's not super obscure, but it's a bit older. It's like George Romero, Stephen King collaboration, horror anthology. It's really good. It's really good. And there's a bit in it called The Crate, where they this university, these two guys find this crate from an Antarctic expedition. Leslie Nielsen is it? Yes, I can hold my breath for a long time. That's a good one. But the crate has some like creature in it. And they go through this whole deal of trying to like get rid of the crate or like feed and heal the crate. That crate appears in the basement of the Voorhees house in Friday the 13th, Jason Goes to Hell. I think it's just Jason Goes to Hell. Which also features the Knock on Account from the Evil Dead movies. I believe it shows up in there. The dagger from Evil Dead 2 is in there. That's another reference that I'm forgetting, but it has a lot of weird other references to stuff. But that crate, if you watch, they find a crate in there, and it's the crate from Creepshow. I think John Carpenter was involved in there, wasn't he? So, not the TV show. Not the TV show. No, he wasn't. I think A. Carpenter was involved, but not John Carpenter. I'm confusing with something else. I think it was somebody that was involved in the effects work. Yeah, it was Savini. Yeah. Romero, written by Stephen King. Good stuff. Second one, less good, but still good. But that first one is great. I was fascinated by that crate monster as a kid. And terrified. That's the sort of like horror monster that I find like great and terrifying, because it's implied that like, no, there's no getting rid of it. There's no killing it. Nothing can stop it. Only this flimsy crate can hold it, and only sort of, kind of. And it will sit there and wait forever. And eventually it will get loose. All you can do is delay it. Because at the end, they like throw it in the bottom of a lake, and it just shows it like bursting out. Like, you've just unleashed this beast upon the world. Well done. Oh, who's the postmaster?
Where can I find Mr. Price?
Tell me where he is.
Just north of the Plough and Furrow. You'll see it. There's a Royal Mail plaque on the wall.
Okay.
Thank you.
Like a Twilight Zone episode with the devil and John Carradine. Oh, which one is that? The Howling Man. Oh yeah. Yeah. Where he goes to the monastery and they've got a dude locked up. I remember that. What I love about that is the guy, if I remember correctly, the guy playing the devil had such like a devilish look about him too. No. I think that was one of the other dudes. Wait, no, because like which was it? Is the guy who straight up looks like a cartoon devil, and then later like becomes him, the devil. But then there's the guy who looks like like Moses. I think it was just one of the monks in the monastery. I get confused which is which. Yeah, like that. All you can do is lock it up. You'll never stop it. Real Pandora's box situation there. Man, I love the Twilight Zone. John Carradine, the Monk King. Yes. Yeah, that's a good one. Twilight Zone was so good. Better than any right to be, I think. It was just so much of it, like, still plays so well, given its age. I watch any of the episodes of Twilight Zone and be like, yeah, this is still like really, really good. I wrote like 5 decades now. Yeah, it's unbelievable. You don't get quality, long-lasting programming like that anymore, I'll say. Which isn't to say stuff now is bad, but like, I don't see much coming out now as timeless. But who knows? Maybe in 30 years we'll still be talking about, I don't know, whatever's airing these days. I don't really watch a lot of modern TV. My stepfather watches a lot of modern stuff, and I'm always shocked when we're talking about TV shows and he'll mention how long something's been on the air. I'm like, that's been on the air for 7 years? No, this just came out last year. And he's like, nope. I think he was talking about like Magnum PI. Got canceled by one network and picked up by another one. But I think they also canceled it. I couldn't believe how long that show had been on. The new one, the remake. Hands when comes Barrow. He's not going to tell us much of anything useful.
So you work here?
Aye. Bewley's station master at your service. Would you like to buy a ticket?
Not just yet, thank you. I understand that some of the locals are not too happy about this new station.
Aye. I'd go as far as saying the whole village.
Aye.
How long has the station been open for?
About 3 months. We're on the Midland Railway line. This employment's been a saviour for me. If I weren't stood here, I'd be drinking my life away at the pub right now. It's worth the occasional withering look from Cyril and the rest of them.
But I mean, so it buys your liver like tops 8 hours of freedom before you're back there. Bewley's silence curtain is up. Yes. He either doesn't know anything or just is deliberately not telling me. And that's the problem with everyone I talk to. It's like very equal odds that they don't know something or they do and they're hiding something. Because they're all so shady about this stuff. Tell me about Lord Panswick.
What can you tell me about Lord Panswick?
Oh, you've heard of his lordship then?
Yes. Do you know him?
Aye. He comes into the village from time to time,
Mm-hmm.
gives sweets to the children, hires young men to work his land. He's well liked around here.
I sense some hesitation, Mr. Tillett.
Well, we kind of have an unspoken agreement with his lordship. He looks after us, provided we leave him alone.
I don't follow.
Well, that sounds shady.
Privacy.
Some people do.
No one is allowed to visit him.
Do you mean to say that he's a bit eccentric?
No. I've heard people got fired at when approaching his manor uninvited.
Ooh.
Good grief. But is this true?
Well, I won't be the one to find out.
I will be. I'll take that risk. That sounds enticing. Nothing sounds more enticing to me than the risk of death by going somewhere. It's said that no one ever returns. I'm going there then. What's the worst that could happen?
I found Mr. Shoulder's house.
I'll never
He
return.
wasn't
That's
home.
not that bad.
Don't worry. You'll find him.
Okay.
What does a station master do?
A bit of this and a bit of that. I don't wish to bore you with such things.
As you wish.
My responsibilities here keep me on the straight and narrow. I'll tell you that much. A sense of duty can do wonders for a lost soul.
Indeed. This must be a rather lonesome post to occupy.
Trains pass through here more regularly than you might think, lass.
Lord Panswick might be a crack shot, absolutely terrible. Wouldn't it be? It'd be very distressing if, like, everyone he shot at only got away because he was a terrible shot, and none of them were warning shots. He was trying to shoot all of them. Oh, maybe you'll die. Nah, that's not that bad. That's not that bad. I guess the worst thing that could happen is they could shoot you in a non-vital section of your body, right? Like your hip or something like that. And like you live through it, but like you're crippled in an agony for the rest of your days. And then you go on to live until you're like 107 years old with your hip just like constantly agonizing pain the entire time. Or they could shoot you somewhere non-vital, but the blood loss is just too much, right? And then maybe due to unsanitary medical conditions of the time, you get an infection and have to have a significant portion of your body amputated. But otherwise, you live healthily, missing large portions of your body for decades and decades. That would be worse. But if I just got shot through and through and dropped over, like straight through the heart, and that was it, like, well, better luck next time. Mr. Colley making punishments for the correctional system. I mean, those are, more of like a medieval sort of thing. They probably wouldn't stand up to modern scrutiny and for good reason, but I'm just saying things could always be worse. Now, granted, I'm not saying that, not being on this earth anymore is not a problem. It certainly is a problem. But if you're thinking about something to be afraid of, like what could happen to me, right? And that's not like the bottom that's not like the worst of the worst right there. Like going to my grave early would not be like the worst thing. And I think like if I get brain damage, severe brain damage, more severe than what I may already be suffering from, but still lived healthily, but unable to care for myself. Right. Just an absolute burden on whoever happened to get stuck with me. That would probably be bad. I might not know it. Somewhere deep down, I might not know it, but to live on in such a tremendously diminished capacity. Lead in the slurries confirmed. I hope not. You ever read about that? They used to like solder canned meat and canned food with lead. And so if it wasn't done properly, you'd get lead in your food. You like open up your can of beans and there'd be like lead pellets in it from the soldering process because they sealed it with lead. And also it was very easy for it not to be sealed properly. So like canned foods used to be a lot less reliable. It comes up in The Terror, the first season of The Terror, which is based on the novel The Terror. The second season, they do some anthology thing with it, and I've never seen it. And I don't, as far as I know, it's not on streaming. The second season's not on streaming anywhere. I don't know why. I don't know why they're just kind of erasing it from history. But the first season is very good. It's a British Arctic expedition that goes terribly wrong, and one of the things they run into is their canned food has lead solder, and everything's going wrong. It's very good. Highly recommended. Highly recommended. I think it's on Netflix now, or you can find it elsewhere. Stepping on a stone, fish are here. That's how. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, even then, like there's a certain degree of a lot of that stuff. Like, you know, I got shot, my leg was blown off below the knee, and I lived the rest of my life without that. Like, you can still live a great, fully functional life with that. I'd be totally fine. But like, there's some injuries that can leave you in like agonizing pain that never really gets resolved. And like, even though you want to try and make the best of things, you just become overcome with the pain, and it twists and turns you into a terrible thing. And even that could get worse. Can I not be flagged for promoting sadism? I hope not. I hope you won't get flagged for that.
I'm looking for Hob's Barrow.
Give me directions.
Hob's Barrow.
Never heard of it.
Why Leonard Shoulder invited me to Beaulieu.
But he's going to tell me he doesn't know anything about it.
Oh, I heard about a Hob's Barrow somewhere out there. There's some old stories around.
Somewhere out there.
I can't remember.
Mr. Tillett, please. This is important.
I'm awfully sorry, Miss Bateman. I'll try to remember. If he invited you here, then I'm sure Mr. Shoulder will tell you all about it.
That's if I ever get to meet him.
I'm sure you will.
Mr. Shoulder's probably buried right now. You two has flagged me 3 times for encouraging sadism. What? What are you saying? Wait, I don't mean to make that sound so accusing. Let me rephrase that with a different tone. What is it flagging you for? Because I can't imagine what you're saying is actually promoting that. He's heard about it. Highly suspicious. I know, right? This guy's got to know something. I'm getting out of here.
Farewell for now.
Ta-ra.
Back to the postmaster. Hello. Oh. I thought for sure that cat was going to eat that bird. But it seems like they're friends, compatriots perhaps. Oh, hello, Cyril.
Good day to you, Cyril.
I'll do, lass.
Tell me about your dad. Tell me about yourself. Slower, big decide. The Marquis sly brown leather.
What are you up to, Cyril?
Keeping an eye on that bleeding railway station. That's what. Thankfully, no one got off the last train.
Really hate that station, don't you?
Oh, I curse Midland Railway for bringing their damn line through Beaulieu. This
Man.
is our town, our land. 'Tis no place for outsiders.
So you keep saying.
Anyway, no more trains today. Almost time to celebrate with an ale, I think.
I could do with one myself.
You paying?
No.
Everyone's after a free drink. What's the economy like around here? It can't be good. It can't be good. Leather, are you familiar with the Marquis de Sade? I'm not sure if you are or not. I figured I should at least ask, because you might not. If you're not, you wouldn't get that reference. So either you don't know who Marquis de Sade was, or you do, and I take issue with the comparison. I am not. Yeah, Marquis de Sade is really prominent. Marquis de Sade was real, right? That's not just from fiction. The Marquis de Sade. Donatien Francois Marquis de Sade was a French writer, libertine, political activist, and nobleman, best known for his libertine novels and imprisonment for sex crimes, blasphemy, and pornography. He's mostly associated with sadism. So usually if people... Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's... Wow, yeah, he depicts a lot of stuff. The word sadism, well, this is, I don't know why I'm not making this connection immediately apparent. The word sadism derives from his fictional characters who take pleasure in inflicting pain on others. So sadism, the origin of the word sadism is literally in his name, Marquis de Sade. Let their agony become your entertainment. Really? Was that one of the things that YouTube flagged? I don't know, man. Like, I feel like any living human being who understands English would read that, particularly in the context of like someone like beating someone in a game, or being beaten in a game, would like put that together. It's like they're not actually promoting sadism. What a wild take. That's craziness. That's absolutely crazy. Oh, where am I clicking? Where's my mouse? Get back over here. Get back over here. Yeah, that's nuts. Like it's like that perfectly fits in the axis of I can understand why an automated system would flag that, but also it's incredibly stupid that it would. Because any like normal person looking at that is not going to actually think you're promoting sadism. It's like the age-old issue of like sarcasm doesn't convey well in text, right? But this is even worse because like within context of what's going on, like there's no way. Make me mod just to bypass the filter. I know you're joking, but that is literally why I don't have anyone else set up as a mod. Because the multiple people that have mentioned it are the people that are getting filtered the most, and I'm like, I can't hand you the keys to this. That's a bank robber asking you to trust them with a combination to your vault. Even if they've never robbed your bank, they only rob other banks. It's still just not good policy. You can be very good terms with that bank robber, but you still don't. You still let them in. You know, foxes are cool, but I'm not going to let them in my hen house. I'll tell you what. Fantastic Mr. Fox. Get your own hens.
I found Mr. Shoulder's house today, but he wasn't home.
Why the bleeding hell should I care, lass?
Damn.
I'm looking for Hob's Barrow. Do you know where it is?
Mind your own business, lass.
You really are quite helpful, aren't you?
Damn, Cyril.
Goodbye.
Ta-ra, lass.
I can't be in that. You absolutely cannot. You absolutely cannot. You'll eat my hens, and I need those hens for their delicious eggs. Facile. Basket. And is that boarded up building? Concerning to me. No, it's the tavern. That's not it. Oh, let's chat with boy.
Hello there. My name's Thomasina.
Yeah?
What's yours?
Wally?
Wally. Oh. Filter doesn't hate. We have eternity to know your flesh. We have such sights to show you. Oh, I love that movie. I love the first one and the second one, and then kind of go downhill from there. Some of the later ones are all right. They get weirder, but the first and second one, A+. Good stuff. Good stuff. Third is, I don't know. It's right on the edge. The fourth, a little too much. A little too hokey. Gives a mod a flag. Yeah, being a mod doesn't save you from it. Being a mod won't prevent that. They'll still get you. Their automated systems are still phasers set to destroy at all times. Child, you're an innocent. Tell me about the haunted barrow.
Have you heard of a place called Hob's Barrow?
No?
This child is the only person that I will believe
Do you know a man called
whatever they
Leonard
tell me.
Shoulder?
No?
or at least I don't believe that they will lie to me as part of some cover up. If they're gonna lie to me, it's just because they're being a snot-nosed kid.
What do you know about Lord Panswick?
I heard he owns the whole county.
Have you met him?
But I have no candy to give him,
Lives out on
so.
the moors somewhere. But everyone does what he tells them to,
Why's that?
because he has a lot of money.
Goodbye.
The conversation, the way that it flowed and ended was wild. I heard he does whatever, people do whatever he tells them to. Why? Because he has a lot of money. Goodbye. Like, there's no gap. There was zero gap. Actually, I don't think it was intentional, but the way it comes across is like she was so done with that conversation. As soon as he said the word money, she's like, that's it, I'm on it. Your ideas are too fanatical for me, kid. You're too crazy. Why'd you have to make it about money? Over in Varden's channel, mod, I got like 5 times in Varden's stream asking questions or adding my 2 cents on the game. Jeez. I kept the child ignorant. He's just waiting for his bribe. I imagine he's waiting for me to produce the candy. Like fourth mainly bits about the past. Dude playing the rich guy commissioning the box was a delight. I did like the past stuff. I feel like that movie could have been better. I think my biggest issue with it is I liked everything except for the future space section. And the way the setup for the finale of it, I thought was like, I don't know. It's like if you have like, it's like I love The Ring and I love The Grudge, right? But if you took one of those movies and like fast forward, it's like Jason X. I love Friday the 13th movies. I don't think they're amazing cinema or high art, right? But like the first movie, the second movie, the first handful of movies are like legit kind of slasher, right? Before it's evident, before they make it very clear. No, Jason Voorhees is an undead monstrosity. He has been dead and buried and struck by lightning, and now he's returned hate-filled to this world to slaughter the innocent, including punching someone's head off in New York, which is phenomenal. Love that movie, right? But once you put that in space and it's like you're scientifically codifying some of it, even Jason Goes to Hell does some of this where they're like trying to scientifically codify it. It's a little weird, right? It's something that it's like if you, it's like midichlorians, right? That's exactly what it is to me. It's exactly it. It's midichlorians. You taking something mystical and only knowable to people who have opened their mind to the wisdom of the mystic world, right? Ooh, the Force. It's mysterious, right? It's something for sages to teach us about, right? No, it's just something you can get a blood test for. You just go down the street, get this swab, dab it around your mouth a little bit, and then find out how much force you've got in you. And then you mail that in your application to the Jedi Academy, right? And it takes that fun out of it. And that was kind of how I felt like the Lamont configuration is this weird thing. And I can see someone making this puzzle box that opens a dimension to Leviathan. Very cool. But when it's suddenly like, and then we made the space station transform into it to trap you, like, okay, this ain't the Ghostbusters, pal. But that said, all the past stuff, I love. And yeah, like you're saying, Silas, if it was just entirely set in the past, that would have been amazing. That would have been an amazing story. Even if it was present day and going back and forth from present day to the past. But the space stuff was just like, that was a bridge too far for me. That may just be my own personal taste. I just want to read the plaque.
A small plaque beside the door reads Vicarage.
Oh, this isn't the post office. Oh, hello.
Must be the postmaster's storeroom.
Are you the postmaster? Man, you man.
Hello.
We want to see Devilman Crybaby. Great show.
I'm
Great
just
opening
visiting.
theme.
Lovely. It's nice to see a new face. We don't get many visitors. My name's Henry. Henry Long.
Nice to meet you, Henry. Thomasina.
Henry
Wonderful.
Longbottom.
What a treat.
Do you have a son named Neville? Jim's mentioned midichlorians. That was oh, the midichlorians. Oh. I think you could do Hellraiser in a futuristic setting, but they did miss the mark in that movie. I think it might be doable, but I think it's I don't know. I remember when the Phantom Menace came out, and I was excited to see a new Star Wars movie, and then like the day before the movie came out, I thumbed through the comic book adaptation and saw the midichlorians bit, and my heart sank, and I was like, "Oh no, this is garbage. This is gonna suck. This is so bad." And I've kind of gotten over it and can see the good parts of the prequel trilogy, but I was just so let down by that. It's going off the aesthetics of the Cenobites and the aesthetics of sci-fi, and I think to do a quiet while. And I did like the weird DJ from 3 who shoots CDs out of his head. And I think that stuff fits well together. I do enjoy like a techno-organic melding like that. I did very much like the creature effects in the movie Virus. It was very good, very well done. Very much in sync with that. I think there's ways you could do it. It was done in the comics to an extent. The Hellraiser comics get pretty bizarre with some of that stuff. Remember at one point in the Hellraiser comics, somebody's leg gets injured by a Cenobite, and they amputate it and then carve the bone into a dagger because apparently it has become infected with the Leviathan, and so now it becomes a weapon. Like that's hardcore. I don't know how much any of that lines with Clive Barker's original stuff, but it was pretty interesting. I think it just came across as like a little too much, a little too cheesy in that movie. But who knows, maybe I should give it another watch. It's been a while. Maybe I treated it too harshly. But I like some of the later ones were like hit or miss. They went down some weird angles with it. I think they were pretty good, but I also think like it seemed like they just kept hitting the same thing. They just kept kind of rewriting the exact same story just a little bit. Remake was enjoyable. I have not seen it yet. I gotta track that down. I keep forgetting to go watch that. I've heard good. Tell me about yourself.
Mood, Mr. Long?
It's just lovely to see a new face. Where are you from, Miss Bateman?
He seems heartless. It's hard to trust anyone here. I will be trustworthy. I will be straightforward because I believe in the golden rule, and I want you to tell me the truth. And when you ultimately lie to me, I'll be able to use this as ammo against you. I've never lied to you. Why are you lying to me? Even if they're not lying to me. But I'll know they're lying to me because they don't tell me what I want to hear. And that's how you know. That's how you know somebody's lying, when they don't give you what you want. Wait, no, that's probably that's not accurate. Don't take that seriously.
Derby, Mr. Long.
That's a crazy view.
Reside in London.
London? I've never met anyone from London. How very exciting. Have you lived there a long time?
It's been quite a few years now, yes.
I've heard the air there is so heavy with smoke, it makes it hard to breathe. Is that true?
Some days.
Oh, you must miss the fresh northern air. Well, you've got that in Bewley. No factories out here. Such things are a blight on his creation.
Who is
In
his?
this very home I stand in front of, Bewley is in my blood. Why would I ever want to leave? Especially now I can meet you folk thanks to the railway line.
Is this man gonna invite us to a cult? When he says his, I assume that they mean their Christian God that they claim to worship, and not, Krabs McGraw deep down in the earth loves human sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? Not some weird pagan thing. But I'm assuming he means some weird pagan thing because they're just all kind of going off on this. New life philosophy of light. Oh no! Don't become like me. Don't become crazy. The sound. It was the sound what did it. The crazy sound. That's what did it. They're not using the G word. Yeah, but even that's not. I'm really grasping at straws here. Like, jokes on he was already crazy. Oh no! Oh no! Silas belongs to Shakaroth now. Well, we tried. Why do I keep accidentally inducting people into a cult of madness? How does this keep happening to me? Are you the postmaster? This is the first person who's like, oh, you're from out of town? Cool beans. Let's chat. Everyone else is like spitting on me. I'm looking for Mr. Price, the postmaster.
I'm looking for Mr. Price, the postmaster.
Oh, Mr. Price, my lovely neighbour. I'm afraid you've just missed him.
Oh, of course.
Curses.
I saw him wheeling a large crate into his storeroom just there.
It must be mine. I really need it.
I'm gonna break in.
Have a look through the window to see if it's yours.
Where did Mr. Price go?
I don't know. The man were in a hurry. I know he has family in Bakewell.
That's miles away. Did he leave by foot?
No, by horse. He must be a few miles down the road by now.
Curses.
Damnation. Is his first name Vincent? I hope it is.
When will Mr. Price be back?
He didn't say. Could be tonight. Could be a few days.
How infuriating.
I told him I'd keep watch of his storeroom. And I'm a man of my word, Miss Bateman. I shall not budge from this spot.
I feel like I'm taking the crazy pills here. Is it just me, or is it like everybody that I'm trying to find just magically vanished? Like, oh, you just missed him. Oh, I've done. Kenneth didn't get off that train. Oh, Mr. Shoulder. Oh, I'm sure he'll show up eventually. Got Mr. Price. Wouldn't you know it, he just left town. Who knows when he'll be back? This really feels like Wicker Man. This really feels like I'm being set up for something here. I'm being gaslit. I'm being gaslit, which I don't like. I do the gaslighting, all right? I don't gaslight me. I gaslight. Maybe one of the inhabitants cursed us to miss every appointment. It could just be a kind of typical like adventure game sort of contrivance thing, but it's like someone's got to show up. Someone's got to be here.
Leonard Shoulder.
Aye, funny old fellow. I hear he lives way out on the moors somewhere.
Have you seen him recently?
No, not for a long while now that you mention it. Why do you ask?
It's a long story, but I was to meet him in Bewley. He invited me here.
Well, I must thank him when I see him for inviting such an enchanting young woman.
You flatter me, Mr. Long.
I feel like this man has human skin drying in his basement as we speak. The pause was sus. That was my thought. It could just be that he was thinking. See, you're with me on this, Flash, right? Excuse me. We may just be overanalyzing everything these people say, but something is weird here. And every additional little weird thing just keeps compounding this. I feel like I'm losing my mind, not in a good way. I feel this paranoia overtaking me here. None of them has outwardly done anything like really hostile or damaging to me, but the way everyone just won't know that. Oh, I don't know anything about that. Oh, never met him. Oh yeah, I think he lives around here. It's like, isn't this a small area where you don't like outsiders? Yup. So you should know everyone around here. Yup. But you don't know. So you know this guy? Nope. Okay. Did anybody worry about? I mean, the guy's got to serve some purpose out there. He's got to pay somebody rent or buy groceries from somebody or who knows what. There's got to be some kind of interaction here. It's suspicious. They don't know
I'm looking
anybody.
for Barrow.
One of those old burial hills.
Yes.
To the
Do you
point
know
that
where
this
it
guy
is?
being so
Believe
nice
it or
makes
not,
me instantly
I haven't
think he's
set
going
foot
to
on the
attack
moor
me.
since I were a child.
Why is that?
I've got all I need right here in Bewley. And we're all truly blessed with the railway station, which brings us lovely new faces.
He did say he picked up his mail from the inn, so he does interact with people. Yeah. So it's weird that, like, he comes into town and everyone's still like, oh, I think I've heard of him. There's only like 6 people here. But this guy feels like he's been brainwashed. That's the vibe I'm getting. I have everything I need here. I've got all the mud I could ever eat right here. Why would I leave? Look at all these earthworms. It's a feast for the senses. Why would I ever move from this spot that I've been shackled to for 30 years? Why would I want to be anywhere else?
Your opinion of the railway station differs widely from your fellow townsfolk, Mr. Long.
Yeah.
I've not met anyone particularly keen on it.
Here's the
That railway
gotcha.
line is the start of a new era for Bewley. Mark my words. There's much to protect here, but we need new blood. I hope that some of you visitors will actually stay here permanently,
Why is that?
so I have new friends to talk to. Some people here don't want any new friends. Cyril Farnaby, the miserable old sod, is the worst offender.
So now he's confessed that he wants our blood. Darkness Falls needs you. Yep. The more's so much to see. Why'd I ever leave? Look at that tree out back. I haven't counted every atom of it yet. How could I leave it? I mean, it's well written in my mind. Maybe I'm just going too off the deep end on this, and I feel like I am. But like, yeah, we need new blood here. Like, that's a legit saying. But it could also be like, haha, I'm going to drink your blood. Haha. This is how a cannibal would talk when they're just delighted at the fact that you don't know they're a cannibal.
I've had the pleasure of meeting Cyril. He really dislikes the
Keeps
railway
talking about
station.
faces and blood.
Absolutely miserable he is. I've tried to convince him many times that the station will help Bewley. He just doesn't understand.
I met him last night in the ploughed furrow.
Aye, the scene of our many debates. Blimey, I could go for an ale right now, actually.
They're all, I mean, that's the only like thing I can totally understand.
drink?
They're all heavy drinkers.
No, wait. Do you think Mr. Kemp will let me open a tap?
Perhaps. You could always ask him. I shouldn't leave anyway. Mr. Price is relying on me to keep watch of his storeroom.
Goodbye.
Don't be a stranger.
Yeah. Mr. Price, who may not be back for a few days, he has no idea when he'll be back, but he's depending on you to watch his storeroom, and you shouldn't move. Are you going to stand here for the next like 48 to 72 hours? I mean, I know it's not like they're suspicious. I'm really heavily reading into this stuff, but
Postmaster's residence. This must be the local post office.
it's weird. Look, there's my
There's
box.
my crate. Kenneth always ties a red ribbon to it. I can see an envelope tucked behind the ribbon. Perhaps it can help explain Kenneth's absence. I'm going to have to get in there.
Get a rock. Get to work. That crate contains android number 1,
The postmaster isn't home.
the
My
first of
crate is
many.
in there.
You'll have to wait for Mr. Price to get back.
You know, I don't dislike Dragon Ball Z, but I largely prefer Dragon Ball. And I really liked when they brought back villains from Dragon Ball into Dragon Ball Z, and not just as a, haha, look at this loser and how easily they can defeat him now. Although they kind of did with, was it Tao? Mercenary Tao, who got blowed up in Dragon Ball and then came back as a cyborg and skipped town when he realized that Goku was still involved. He's like, nope, I'm not doing this. Chopped down a tree, threw it in the air, and jumped on it and flew away on it, which is hilarious. That they had like the expert martial arts couldn't master their ki enough to fly, so they would just throw something real hard and then ride it, which is such a like crazy technique. But I enjoyed that section a lot more. They're very different. There's a world of difference between Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball is a lot more adventure oriented in my mind, and Dragon Ball Z is a lot more like it's the battle. It's all about the fights. It's a lot less adventure to me. And that's not a bad thing, but of the two, I like the original Dragon Ball a lot more. I haven't watched, was it Daima? Like the new one, where he gets turned into a kid. As a menace in Dragon Ball, DBZ is a joke. Yeah, well, I mean, realistically, like any human being, even somewhat augmented human beings, are not going to be any match for practically any of the characters except for Yamcha. Poor Yamcha. You know, even with King Kai's training, Yamcha's still just going to be lying with a fist hole in his chest somewhere. And the battles are all right if you tune in for that stuff, but I think power creep too is another thing that kind of ruins for me a lot of that stuff. Poor Yamcha. Poor Yamcha. Oh, look at the map. Oh, I could just fast travel these places too. The Devil's Toe. I forgot that was an option. All right. I still haven't. I gotta find a way in the postmaster's storeroom. Open a tab. Let's go to the Plow and Furrow. Why am I pronouncing it so weird? The Plow and Furrow. I don't know why I'm trying to put put some stank on it. It's just Furrow. Some nice tunes here. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Just eyeing up the joint. Talk to me, friend.
It's Mr. Stanley Kemp, the proprietor of the Plow and Furrow. He has the serious and worn-out facial expression of a man who deals with drunkards on a nightly basis.
Aha. Opening a tab.
I'm sorry to ask this, Mr. Kemp, but could I please open a tab?
Still not in your purse?
I'm afraid not. My assistant hasn't arrived as planned, so I find myself in a bind. He must have put the money in my crate, which is currently being held in Mr. Price's storeroom.
Well, as you know, I run an honest establishment here, and I do trust you. So yes, I'll open an account for you, to be settled at the end of your stay.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Kemp.
Now then, I'll be needing something of value as a deposit.
How much blood?
You said you trusted me.
Aye, it's not personal, lass. One can never be too cautious.
You're just a businessman. Maybe I guess I have to find something.
My assistant has not arrived as planned.
Oh, is everything all right?
I'm not entirely sure.
Am I to keep a room for him just in case?
If you could hold it for one
Let
more
me just
night, Mr. Kemp.
ring him up on my cell phone. Oh wait. Oh wait. We don't have those.
What can you tell me about Lord Panswick?
A most charming man, Miss Bateman. He looks after us here, a good fellow.
Where does he live?
Panswick Manor, on the moors. No visitors allowed. His lordship likes his privacy.
I haven't had to have this conversation like with, say, my nephew, who's young enough to have always lived in a world with cell phones, right? And it's one thing to explain it, but it's much more difficult for someone to truly understand what it means to have grown up in a world where, no, you didn't have a phone on you at all times. Sometimes you just couldn't be reached. They would call a number that was in your house. No matter where you were, they would just get your house. Best case scenario, you had an answering machine. And there was even a point in time where even that was a luxury. Most of the time, you just got nobody. Like, well, I guess I'll call back later. Like, just trying to explain that. This is a question I do hear come up sometimes when watching like older movies and something's going on, and someone will say, "Why don't they just call somebody on their cell phone?" Like, cell phones didn't exist. They didn't have them. It was 1972. They had no means of communication like that. They still had to turn the dial. to get the phone. They had rotary phones still. Rotary phones that were heavy enough to be a deadly weapon on their own. Sometimes an answering machine is luxury or be full. Oh yeah. You get those cassettes. I called a friend of mine once. I don't know why. So many times I filled up my answering machine. His parents were not pleased. I think I was just intensely bored and lonesome and looking for someone to hang out, and it was the only phone number I had. Not great times. What's up, J Money? Oi, 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 oi. Oi, oi, oi. What's all this about then? So I remember using a payphone in junior high. Yeah, I heard payphones are just like extinct now, right? And so just all gone. I haven't seen a payphone in ages. I remember having to call people collect from payphones, like out of town with no pocket change. And like having to call somebody like, hey, I need directions to your place. I'm lost. I'm here at this place. You won't be able to call me back. Just old enough to remember payphones. Yeah, we were just talking about like explaining to somebody and getting somebody to like truly appreciate what it was like in an era where, you know, if you had a phone, it was just at your house. There was no one had portable phones. So most of the time, like you just couldn't reach somebody. If you weren't at home, nobody was going to reach you. Nobody was going to be able to call you. So it was much more normal to be like, well, I don't know where they are at. They must be out. And then that was it. The mythical landline. Yes. The time before now. The old days. The long, long ago. My parents, my mom and stepdad still have a landline. Granted, it's through the cable service. And it has an answering machine. They all have cell phones too. I don't know why they still have it, but it's like a bundle thing. I don't think they can get rid of it. The age of the Nintendo helpline. Did any of you ever call the Nintendo helpline? I did. And they helped me. I will say that. I don't know how much it cost my parents. But I did call them once.
I found Mr. Shoulders home, thanks to the help of Father Roach.
Wonderful.
Oh.
So you met our vicar then?
Yes, I did. An interesting character.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Oh, we have the same mind.
Did old Leonard apologize for his absence?
Not quite. He wasn't home.
What is that man playing at?
You tell me. I've decided to find Hobbs Barrow without Mr. Shoulders' aid.
Are you sure that's a wise idea, lass?
What other choice do I have? I have a feeling he is avoiding me. Do you know where I can find the Barrow?
Look.
No, sorry. I say that on my mother's grave, Miss Bateman.
Well, why don't you tell me where your mother's grave is and I'll start the excavation there? I'll start digging that up. Unless you know where Hobbs Barrow is. And then we can avoid all of that unnecessariness. That's what she should be saying. Play hardball. I came to dig up the dead. I'm going to dig up the dead one way or the other. Mom got mad at me because I racked up $25, $40 bill money the day off school thanks to snow. Called them like 8:30 a.m. and had them helping me till 7 to 8 p.m. Jeez. Things were very different back then.
How can I open a tab again?
Leave me an item of value as a deposit. I'll give it back to you at the end of your stay, when it will be time to pay the piper.
That's ominous.
See you soon.
I'm here to chew tobacco and dig up bodies, and I'm all out of tobacco. It's all in my crate. It's all in that crate. My parents would have killed me. Same. My parents would have. I
stored my case in
I would not be here.
Within a box.
Okay.
A sturdy-looking thing, useful to many a weary traveler.
What's in the case, though?
I've stored my case in there. A box within a
I'm
box.
going to have to get my crate first, aren't I?
I've hung my dress inside. Aside from that, the wardrobe is empty.
Okay. Are there more complimentary matches? There was only one in there.
Jammed shut.
Okay, no, it was jammed shut. So I've got... What if I...
The drawers don't open. I can't store anything in them even if I wanted to.
No, I meant get it open with that. What I was saying. But that's fine. So I still have my one match. My room key, the letter. Cross. Okay. Moving on. Do you want to hit? Not quite yet. But I appreciate it. I will check back with you. I still have some more stuff to look at. Well, could I offer them this cross? That seems shady, but maybe. I think I already talked to him about
Will
this.
you accept this silver cross pendant as a deposit?
Can I take a closer look at it?
Shakes like real silver.
Aye, silver. That'll do.
Thank you, Mr. Kemp.
Can I get you something to drink?
You know, I wouldn't have thought about that, Silas, if you hadn't said that. Because the fact that you said that was like, oh, the answer is here already, isn't it? The answer is here already. So even though I declined it, I still received a hint. That was enough. So I appreciate that. I didn't think of it because it wasn't my cross. Like, surely I'm not that unscrupulous. One drink won't hurt.
A tankard of your finest ale, Mr. Kemp.
That's probably fine. That's probably fine.
There we are. That's
She's a grave robber. That is true. That is true.
Most agreeable.
My stance on the quality of her character is somewhat declining. I'm playing this like she's, a straight-laced, upstanding citizen. Maybe not. Maybe she is more of the criminal scum variety. My kind of evil. This is an adventure game. It is indeed. It is indeed. I should have looked at that first. The one time I didn't just throw everything in my inventory at the problem to see which one of it fixed. What if I give you the shovel? What about this glove? All right. Well, I got my tab. Still exploring, Julie. I don't gotta get my way into that. I will make my way downtown. Kind of parents not to hang around. Yes. Well, I was gonna say about like how things are so different now. I've talked before about, first off, just like physical releases for a lot of these games is like a big difference now. But yeah, I said I didn't think it all, so I don't feel bad. Oh. Yeah, I've got to. I'm playing it too much like one of the RPGs that like gives you the choice between being good or evil, and I'm like, I'd love to be evil, and then it's like, shoot this puppy. Like, nope, I'm a good guy. I can't do that. I got to go with the good option. I talk about being evil, and then when the choice comes, like, oh, I really can't. I don't want to be evil. I don't want to be a bad guy. I don't want to be an evil person to these made up video game characters. What will they think of me? But I've been thinking about like this difference because I had been checking out the old Dragon Quest games, which was Dragon Warrior up until like Dragon Warrior 7 or Dragon Quest 7. I think is the first time it was called Dragon Quest in this game. I couldn't pull off an evil run of Undertale. I had to stop. Yeah, that's a good example of that. I think the only time I could go evil was in Fallout 3. But even then I kind of did some of it accidentally and then found out you could just go give someone water, and every time you gave him water it would tilt it back the other way so you'd be back into being good standing. So I'm just like, I'll just do that. Go do something nefarious. But even then I couldn't be that nefarious. I couldn't pull it off all the way. But I was looking at like the old Dragon Warrior games and old RPGs and just thinking back to like, all right, like a lot of games, like you have to read the manual to figure out a lot of stuff because it's not really explained in games, which is very different to how games are now. Almost everything is explained within the game itself. Separate manuals are largely a thing of the past. Maps, a lot of old RPGs, it was a standard. They would come with a big fold-out map because there was no map you could look at in game by and large. And so it wouldn't really spoil things so much, but you would have knowledge beyond what you could see immediately on the screen of where things are in the game. I feel this, but also if you put me in front of GTA, I'm just going to go out. Oh, yeah, GTA. No, I should have used that one as a counterexample. I don't care about anything in GTA. I'll drive my car over everyone and everything there. GTA is the ultimate, like, these people aren't real, and I'm going to run them over. Look at how hilarious it is when this man ragdolls across the street. I can't imagine. GTA is like, it doesn't even register as being evil to me. It's just like a complete lack of morality. It's like there is no black and white. It's all, you know, I don't know, nothing. There's no morality. There's no twist or turn to it. It is what it is. And whatever it is, it's exploding right now. But I think about that stuff a lot. Like the original Dragon Quest even came with like a strategy guide for it. So did a lot of Genesis games like Phantasy Star. I think Phantasy Star 1 and 2 both came with like a big thick book packaged with it. A couple other Genesis RPGs had that. It was pretty normal. But like the maps, like you had to have a fold out map. Otherwise you'd have no idea where anything is. And it's weird if you go back and play one of those games now and you don't have that map somewhere. It's like, how would I ever know where this is? Like, well, because you had a map. And it told you. Back when the Saints Row demo first came out on 360, I would spend hours hitting pedestrians and catching them in the back of my convertible. My favorite thing to do in San Andreas was to jump on the hood of a car and start stomping on it. And keep stomping on it until the car bursts into flames. Now, once you start stomping on it, the occupant of the car would start driving with you on the hood. They'd floor it, apparently trying to escape you. Somehow unaware of the fact that you're on the car, but they would just keep driving, right? And I'm just sitting there like stomping the hood of the car over and over again until eventually smoke starts pouring out and the occupant jumps out. And then it was the challenge of getting off the car before it exploded. Because it took a while. It takes a while for just like digging your heel into the hood of the car before it explodes, but it'll happen. They didn't always get to that point. Sometimes they would just completely roll the car and kill me in the process before then. But when I can pull it off, good stuff. Simpsons Hit and Run. It's like that for me, just mowing down so many pedestrians. I think you start that game and you can immediately run Ned Flanders over. It's like, why wouldn't you? He's right there. Why wouldn't you run these people over? They just kind of roll around like bowling pins. There's a lot of those games that I never got anywhere in because eventually after hours of playing, like, wait, am I supposed to be doing something? I noticed that there's some text on the screen that says go here. Was I supposed to do that? I was just hitting people. Just running people over. But yeah, I was looking at Dragon Warrior stuff, and it just struck me like what a huge difference it is in the world now. Oh, this place might be open. Hit and Run was a masterpiece. I got Hit and Run. I think it's right here.
No one here.
Oh, those are my GameCube games. I think. Weird. Must have put it back with the other PS2 games. I don't have most of my PS2 games in here with me because I haven't really dug into a lot of them yet, but I've seen a lot of Hit and Run over the past year, Simpsons Hit and Run, because when I was doing work on PS2, setting stuff up on it, and I was fixing some other PlayStation 2s for other people. That was my go-to test disc because I know it works 100%. So played Road Rage. We don't remember the difference between the two. I don't think I played Road Rage. I had forgotten that exists. Hit and Run is like the only one I ever think of. Nobody home.
No one here.
Curious. What else is there to explore? Look around there, see if I can find out about Mr. Shoulder and Humps Barrow.
Good day.
It's because I haven't talked to people about the fossil.
I noticed your spectacular fossil specimen.
Oh, I collect them.
What I get in GameCube? Oh yeah.
Ammonite.
I'm impressed, lass.
From the Jurassic period, I'd venture.
Do you collect them too, then?
My true interests lie in comparatively modern history.
Oh, aye. Well, I do love a fossil.
You ever been playing GameCube games? Absolutely, I am.
All end up in the soil eventually.
Oh,
Quite.
wow. That was. We all end up in the soil. We all float. This is very nice. Yes, I will play GameCube games. I think what may happen before I play an actual GameCube game is using the Game Boy player for Game Boy for not Game Boy, GameCube. Game Boy player for GameCube to play a Game Boy Advance game or Game Boy Color game. But I do have it down here. It's still, well, I got to reattach the Game Boy player to it. But I do have it down here. I have my growing collection of GameCube games. I mean, right off the top of my head, I can say like Resident Evil, the RE1 remake that came out on GameCube. That's why we're playing now. Resident Evil 0 on GameCube, and Resident Evil 4 on GameCube. But also Eternal Darkness. I'm gonna get to that eventually. The GameCube game. PN03. Usually when I get to Resident Evil 4, I will do a couple of streams on GameCube for the Capcom 5, which despite its name is actually 4 games because the 5th game was canceled, never actually released. And if you're not familiar, Capcom 5 was a commitment Capcom made to make 5 exclusive games for the GameCube. And of those, I think only 1 or 2 of them stayed exclusive to the GameCube. It may only be 1. Because the GameCube like sold too poorly. So Resident Evil 4 was one of those. I think I want to say it's Resident Evil 4, Beautiful Joe, PN03, and I forget the last one. Was it like Killer 13, something like that? I forget exactly the last one. And then there was an RPG that got canceled. And they were all meant to be exclusives on there. Where obviously Resident Evil 4 made it to other systems. Beautiful Joe, I think, made it to the PlayStation 2. Other ones made it to PC. Like, none of them really stuck around on that. But I find it an interesting point in time in history of that, where, like, Capcom struck this deal with Nintendo and then just, like, completely backpedaled on it when the sales didn't hit the number they wanted. I still think, aside from the additional content you get with the, like, post-game content of I forget the name of it. The post game content where you can play through Resident Evil again is another character which doesn't exist on the GameCube that I know of, because the GameCube didn't really have like DLC or anything like that. I think that's all the other versions. I still think GameCube is a better version on that. The Wii's pretty fun too. There's some issues, weird issues on the PS2 version. PC is okay too. The PC version now is okay. But I want to play the original GameCube version.
What can you tell me of Lord Panswick?
His lordship commands much.
But I got other stuff on GameCube as well. That's just those are like immediately come to mind.
Why do you ask?
Just curious. Are you sure you don't know where Hobbs Barrow is?
Sorry, lass.
Thanks for your time.
Aye. Speak to you later.
All right. I'm sure there's...
Good day.
Hello, miss.
Do you know a man named
I talked to her
Leonard
before.
Shoulder?
No.
Back. Ah, welcome back.
Are you sure?
Yes.
What do you know about Lord Panswick?
Not a lot. I know he's in charge around here.
Mm-hmm.
Does he come to the village often?
Not really. He has a manor out on the moors.
Have you ever been there?
Heavens, no. Villagers aren't allowed there.
Why not?
Dunno. It's just the way it is.
My name is Thomasina. What's yours?
Betty.
Nice to meet you, Betty.
She had to think about that for a little too long. You ever replace the battery in a Game Boy cart? I found my Game Boy Color and Pokemon Silver and Yellow in my parents' basement that had batteries are shot. I have. I actually just recently purchased a a new tip for my desoldering gun that is very helpful for some of those tabs. I'm trying to remember. I think the Game Boy and Game Boy Color had through hole tabs. Otherwise, there were surface mount ones. It's not too difficult with the right tools. So yeah, I have replaced those. The only thing I don't have access to right now, I had some problems with it and I haven't replaced it yet, is a means to pull the saves off of the Game Boy cartridges if they have existing saves. Now, if the batteries are already shot, like the saves are just gone. But sometimes you want to replace the battery on anything that has like battery backed SRAM like that. You want a way to back up those saves beforehand, or to apply power to it while you're removing the battery so that it never actually loses power. There's a cart reader, open source cart reader that can do that. And I've used them in the past and had success with it, but I ran into issues with the one I had and I never got around to replacing it. But the batteries themselves are not too bad. I think I still have batteries, not too old. I just bought a couple of them this year to replace some batteries and stuff. I also bought some for NES cartridges, but I have yet to find an NES cartridges that needed a battery replacement. And maybe I should have just replaced them out of kind, but just because of their age. But like, I still have my original Legend of Zelda cart for the NES, and the battery is still good. And I've opened up and testing it. It still tests fine. So amazingly, those still run. Well, compared to like the battery in the Dreamcast that barely holds on. It's like, why doesn't that last longer? I had to think about our cover name for Outsiders. Yeah. There is no word for my name in your human tongue.
What are you up to?
My brother is practicing his sword fighting technique.
And to watch him until he tires himself out.
I'm tireless!
This time last month it were all about his teaspoon collection. This month it's swords.
He melted his teaspoons down to make a sword is what I'm getting.
What do you know of Hob's Barrow?
Because they're all silver and he's trying to fight vampires.
Strangers, miss.
So you know of it?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Goodbye.
Bye, miss.
Tell me about this worm you're gonna slay.
Yes.
Goodbye.
No, I already talked to him. He doesn't know nothing. He don't know a dang thing. That's the vicarage.
Hello.
Can I distract this man?
Can I buy you a drink, Henry?
Really?
Really? We can talk more at the inn.
But I told Mr. Price I'd keep watch of his storeroom.
Oh, don't worry about
Doors
that.
have locks for this very reason.
You're right. One drink won't take long.
Excellent.
I shall take you up on your offer, Miss Bateman.
Let us make our way.
I gotta give him a drink, and then I will slip him out. I'll ghost him.
Stevenson's only design, you know. Before that, there were the Blucher and the Locomotion. But my favourite would have to be the Lancashire Witch. I believe he built that in 1828. In Newcastle, of course.
Is he a train nerd?
That's me. I better be off.
Wait.
Ta-ra, Miss Bateman.
Oh no! My beautiful plan.
Word in.
He likes a good chinwag, our Henry.
He certainly does.
No, my plan. My beautiful plan. Oh. But yeah, J Money, I don't know if you're interested in replacing that stuff. You have to check. Console5.com is a good place to find the right batteries. Even if you don't want to buy from them, you can at least find a part number or description to match what kind of battery you need to get for that. All right, to make sure you get the right one. Console 5 sells like replacement parts. I usually use them for replacement capacitor kits for old consoles because a lot of the capacitors fail or start to leak over time, and it's a good source of it. Prepackaged, pre-arranged, good quality stuff. But they sell batteries too. And it's usually like that's a good resource to find the appropriate battery for the specific cartridges. These are... See if I can find an image. These look like surface mount tabs, which is not too difficult to do. Where did this go to? Yeah, these aren't too difficult. So you probably wouldn't even need like a desoldering tool for this. You could probably do this with a soldering iron and solder wick, because it's not actually like a through hole part for the board. It's just soldered straight on. You just got to be careful about your temperature that you don't overheat things. Yeah, but those aren't too bad. That's how a lot of those are now I'm thinking about it. Very few of them had through hole, just because of the thickness of them. Some of them did. I'm so glad that's not a thing anymore. Although I do wonder about some of the more current tech. If you're not using battery-backed stuff, well, even that stuff could get corrupt. Old SRAM could get corrupt. Like flash memory has like a set number of rewrites on it, but I don't think they use the same thing for like memory cards. I was always appalled at how much. Remember like the period where like SD cards and thumb drives were getting bigger and cheaper by the day, but they still wanted some obscene amount for, you know, a 2 meg memory card for a PlayStation 2. Like, why is this so much money? Why is it so expensive?
I must say, last night has rather put me off using these toilets.
Okay. So my plan of getting that guy distracted so I could slip out the back and go across there did not work. But maybe now that he's had a pint, maybe he'll get sleepy here. Can't go further back that way. Well, that just takes me back to town. Okay.
Hello.
Good day.
Can I buy you another drink?
I suppose one more ale won't.
Yes.
Hurt.
Yes.
I'll take you up on your offer, Miss Bateman.
I'm going to have quite a bill. Let's get him blackout drunk.
By coupling rods, would you believe? The boiler had 2 flue tubes. Chew! There were nothing like it.
Wow.
Well, that's me. I better be off.
Wait.
Ta-ra, Miss Bateman.
Thanks for the drink. Here's your train fact for the day.
Curses. I'm starting to feel somewhat tipsy. I'm here to excavate Hob's Barrow, not Hob's barrels.
Ah. Maybe the real Barrow was the barrel we emptied along the way. One more.
Hello.
Good day.
Can I buy you another drink?
I suppose one more ale won't hurt. I shall take you up on your offer, Miss Bateman.
Yes. Yes.
Let us make
Keep
our
drinking.
way.
Keep drinking. Do it.
Bewley is the latest of many additions to the Midland Railway line.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of change, I hear the whole frontage of Derby Station is being rebuilt.
Is it?
Designed by an architect by the name of Tubshaw, if I remember correctly.
He's pretty well informed,
That's me. I better be off.
but only about train stuff.
Ah, Miss Bateman.
Mr. Long can really put away a drink. Thank goodness I've switched to water.
Aha. Very smart. I'm not willing to give up yet. Not until he passes out.
Hello.
Good day.
Can I buy you another drink?
I suppose one more ale won't hurt. I shall take you up on your offer, Miss Bateman.
Let us make our way.
Yeah, that's smart. That's how you do it. You switch to water.
It really
I mean, don't do
is
this
great
in
to
real
have
life.
someone new to talk to.
Because it's kind of
I've so
nefarious.
many more stories
And I can't
to
think of
share.
a good reason to do it.
Well,
But if you had to do
I'll
it,
be off.
that's how you do it. You'd switch to water while they keep drinking. The only time that's really appropriate is if you're the designated
Mr. Long
driver.
can really put away a drink. Thank goodness I've switched to water.
Plus, most establishments that sell alcohol will have like soft drinks, like a Coke at least. You know, stuff they use for drinks or coffee. If that's your ilk, some of them will have that. But yeah, you got to switch to something non-alcoholic if you're going to be the one driving. It's always important to have a designated driver or to have transportation arranged. And also make sure your designated driver will actually stay designated.
I shall take you up on your offer, Miss Bateman.
Let us make our way.
I'm gonna give this one more try. I'm gonna give this one more shot to get this man to pass out.
It really is great to have someone new to talk to. I've so many more stories to share.
Okay.
Well, that's me. I better be off.
Wait.
Ta-ra, Miss Bateman.
I'm gonna have quite the tab by the time this is over. I wonder if
Mr. Long can really put away
I
a
hope
drink.
it's not
Thank goodness
tallying
I've
that
switched to
stuff up.
water.
Okay. Can I take his face
I'm
off?
not sure they would be interested.
I would be.
No, that won't work.
Oh, I suppose not. I suppose not. What if I just went in there?
Oi, keep away from that door. I promise Mr. Price I keep an eye on his storeroom while he's gone.
I need to distract him. The alcohol didn't do it, which is mildly unnerving. What place is this?
I don't think anyone is home.
Fair enough, fair enough. Let's go back over this way. We already talked to the boy this way. Right. Oop. Cloaked out. Talk to this gentleman again.
What can you tell me about Lord?
I know he didn't want to tell me anything last time.
Except don't be sniffing around his lordship's manor. You'll end up with a round of shot in you.
I beg your pardon?
You heard me. Just mind your own business around here.
Goodbye.
Ta-ra.
I feel like everything he said is like, don't do this or something bad will happen. What do you mean? You heard me. Don't get the tacos from 83rd Street. Otherwise, you're going to be in some digestive trouble. Say what now? You heard me. If you go south of the border, don't drink the water. Why is that? You heard me.
The road disappears over the horizon. I see nothing but moorland.
It's a nice touch that they had like the tiny little pixelated version down in the corner there. I mean, I feel like I've talked to everybody here. I don't know what more there is to explore here. Church, the wood, the Devil's Toe. Let's return to the Devil's Toe. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm confused. Where's the toe? Here it is. Okay. It was a little weird. Like, let's go to the Devil's Toe. And then it just plants me in front of nothing. I'm like, oh.
Mr. Shoulder continues to prove himself elusive. The window is much too high up to reach.
Someone's dead. It's my guess.
No, that won't achieve anything useful.
What if I
do not wish to harass the hen.
was just going to say, if we just bury it, all of your problems will go away. Okay.
He looks much too unruly to be picked up.
What about this one?
something, aren't you?
Someone is dead here in this town. They might not be. They might not be. They probably are. I may be attributing like some nefarious action to like something that's not actually nefarious.
The devil's toe. I can't quite see the resemblance myself. The devil's toe.
It kind of looks like a toe. Why don't we get that trowel in there?
I wish to dig it up.
Oh, okay. Why not? Isn't that your whole thing? Why not dig it up? That's what I'm saying. Why not? Quick, the rabbit! Oh, never mind. Let's head up the road here. Mushroom, mushroom.
Poisonous.
What if I use the glove?
That's a peculiar idea.
Well, you're peculiar.
That's a peculiar idea.
Don't judge me. Don't judge me like that. I don't like it.
The moors stretch into the distance. I don't wish to wander aimlessly.
Okay. That's fair. It's fair. Won't dig up bodies. Covering issues are just me. Oh no! My connection is stalling out here. Well, Right, it seems to have stabilized. At least it did. Well, I wasn't here. And then as soon as I came back, I was like, no, no. What's the deal? Okay. It seems mostly stable now. Gonna take this opportunity to get some more salad protein here. It's very curious. This is the second Thursday in a row it's freaked out on me, but it doesn't seem as bad this time as it was last time. So hopefully things are back here. You might be behind a little bit. The connection seems to stabilize here. This game is cursed. It could be. I have seen this before. I'm pretty sure RoboCop had an issue. That was one of the worst games in terms of like connection dropout. And I'm pretty sure it was something in that game causing some issues on the network. As weird as that may sound. Something trying to phone home or something that would just freak it out. In this game, it could just be coincidence. But it's strange that it was like fine all week. And then here we are again, Thursday, this game. But I have to go through and do another check on stuff. I had a problem for a while where, like, when I got my PS5 was eating up, like, tremendous amounts of bandwidth when it was supposedly doing nothing. And I turned off some functions on it to stop phoning home all the time, and it kind of slowed down, which makes me wonder what exactly it was transmitting and why. Very concerning. But I got to take another look at the network to see if there's something else going on. Try and backhold on, because sometimes, like, because the upload on a cable is so bad, heavy downloads can affect the upload. So, you know, I've had times where, like something on the network is trying to update and it's just like tanking it. And I have a number of things set up on the network that are supposed to prioritize this traffic over other stuff. Different quality of life settings. Quality of service. Yeah. But this stuff doesn't always work. And sometimes something will go through like one of the consoles. I have most things set up to not automatically download or only try to download stuff like at 3 a.m., something like that, right? Which usually saves me this trouble. But I have run into things where, like Steam or GOG or the PlayStation or something will suddenly decide like, hey, I got to download like 7 gigs of data right now. And usually I can find it pretty quick, but there's nothing else on this computer using up network. So it's not on this computer itself hitting the network. Sometimes it's just OBS. Sometimes OBS flips on. Sometimes it's the ISP. And it can get real tricky, at least for me, relative doofus, to try and sort this stuff out. Because I go through the usual tools to try and trace, like, what's going on with it. And I remember when I was having the issue with RoboCop, like, I test all this stuff, and, like, I have a really good connection to YouTube. It says it's really strong. Everything's looking good. And yet my stream is just dying. I don't know why. I trace back everything I can, so it can only lead me to either some software issue somewhere causing some conflict on the network on my end, or something further up the chain between my connection and the YouTube server it's going to that flips out. I don't know what it is. I think I already talked to her.
Hello.
I didn't have any more information from her.
Thank you for your time.
Lord be with you.
She doesn't know anything about Hob's Barrow or any of that. I don't want to go back that way. I want to say, like, I've talked to everybody that I can think to find. I have other locations in the map, right? At least one of these has to be that manor. One of these has to be Hob's Barrow. I've been through this. These dudes are probably still chopping down trees. It freaks me out. I've said this before, but it freaks me out. Oh, God. This is my connection barreling out again. Let me check something. Nope, not that. It's just it's just Thursdays or this game or some combination thereof. It all hates it. I don't know why. What's the deal? But I hate when it it's good for a while and then it starts dropping out. What is VC Face using so much network resource? Announce back down. Excavation of Jum's connection. That's how I feel. I hate it because it's I'm limited into how deep I can go into things while I'm trying to operate the stream at the same time. There's precious little I can do with it, but I'm so hesitant to just go, it's dead. I quit. Because I had to do that last time too. All right. I'm gonna try and give OBS a restart. Sometimes that gets it going again. So stream may stall for a second, but I will return. Okay. All right. It's kicking back up. Let's get a little kickback, but I think it will stabilize. We'll see how this goes. Connection's looking okay. Kind of comes and goes. It's of limited utility what it has to tell me. Because it'll once it drops down a little bit, then it goes all over the place while it's trying to pick itself back up. Talk to you. I think that probably won't find anybody here.
I don't think anyone is home.
Of course, nobody's ever home. Oop, this way.
My mother always told me not to walk on railway tracks.
But why not?
About last night.
Yeah, it may be back for a second. It'd just be a lot of buffering. I'll give it a little bit more before I call it.
You really don't remember where you went last night?
As I say, it's all a blur. I remember needing a piss.
Oh, jeez.
Then nothing. Well, you must have missed me when I came out.
I did not.
Huh.
I even went to the gents' toilets to find you.
Oh, aye. A sight for sore eyes.
It was. I checked everywhere, and you were nowhere to be found. The back door leading to the alleyway was blocked from the outside.
Oh, aye?
Yes. You must have exited through that door, Mr. Tillett.
But you just said it were blocked.
There must be an explanation.
My mind has drawn a blank.
Why was the door blocked? Did you block it?
I told you I don't remember. I've nought to say, 'cause I remember nought.
Farewell for now.
Ta-ra.
Watch my connection. For a second, it seemed like anytime I talked, it would go like, ugh, it would kind of die out. I hate being in the situation because I hate like staring at the connection, like just waiting for it to die out. It's at least a little less flaky than it was before. No, we'll keep going. We'll see. I've been all around. I gotta find a way in there.
The man is standing right there.
And train man is gonna remain unhelpful. It's definitely very shady.
Hello.
Good day.
Can I buy you another drink?
I know this is gonna lead anywhere, but
I shall take you up on your offer, Miss Bateman.
Let us make our way.
I can't access anything else in the room that I know of. The locations are closed off.
It's great to have someone new to talk to. I've so many more stories to share. Well,
This man is like undrunkable.
Wait.
Ta-ra, Miss Bateman.
Where's he putting them all?
Mr. Long can really put away a drink.
He's not human.
Switch to water.
He can't be human.
Good day, sir.
His liver is going to burst. It just might.
Henry Long can talk, can't he?
He's a colourful character. The man drinks like a fish.
He certainly does.
I've seen him drink this place dry and still be up to tend his garden at sunrise. The man
Jeez.
can truly hold his ale.
Goodbye.
See you soon.
Do you have anything stronger? Is my
I've
question.
no use for ashes.
Do you have any? Can I get this guy to do some shots with me?
I've too much to do today to waste time sleeping.
It's one of those 40k Space Marine livers. Oh yeah.
I don't wish to carry the bowl around with me.
We were reading some sci-fi novel about people being replaced with robots, and one of the guys gets replaced by robots, and he's like spends a lot of time talking about how it handles alcohol. How like he can basically adjust the setting internally. He can drink and get drunk, but then he can instantly turn the setting off and just become sober like nothing. All right. I think I've asked this about everybody. Yeah, and the way they got the people inducted is they got a cult, and part of the cult initiation was like the cult was eating brains, but what it really was the head of the cult who was eating the brains was actually himself a robot, and when he fed the brains into his mouth, it was actually taking small slices of the brain, slice by slice, and scanning them to upload them into new replacement robot bodies, so they're actually transferring people's brains over. And also a lengthy detail about how the robots were given basically property on the moon, and because of the heat of the sun would melt their circuits, they all had to have these solar parasols. They're like these solar cells in the shape of like an umbrella to protect them from the heat of the sun, so that they wouldn't just melt. So like the solder in their circuitry wouldn't melt. And how like one of them was trying to get away with some secret, and they just shoot his solar parasol and cause his brains to melt. And of course it kicks over to a backup, but the backup isn't like recent enough for him to know what he was trying to do. It was interesting. I don't think I read 2 books out of the trilogy, and I never read the third. It was okay. Go back inside the church.
The flowers have long since dried out. I don't want them.
Maybe I do.
I can admire the craftsmanship from afar.
Why not go further?
They are still locked.
Curious. Curious. I like the mine back up in altered carbon. Yeah. Shooting solar parasails and wild suns. It was pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy to be that dramatic about getting your umbrella shot. They shot my umbrella. You're done for.
It's locked.
But why? Do you have anything more to tell me?
Good day.
Are you sure you don't know where Hobbs Barrow is?
Hobbs, what?
Never mind.
Hobbs and Hob.
Why did you call Lord Panswick wretched?
Yes, why?
He's in that manner of his and cares not for his people. I've heard stories whispered in the pews, you know.
Yeah.
What kind of stories?
That he shoots people on sight.
Hmm.
Anyone that strays onto Panswick Manor.
Good grief.
Yet he will walk into the plough and furrow and buy ale for all and be hailed as our protector. I answer to God and God alone.
But which God?
Forgive me, pet. I shouldn't get so worked up.
Not at all. I appreciate your honesty, Mrs. Duplancy.
Thank you for your time.
Lord be with you.
Okay.
Hello? What do you do around here?
Hey up, you're not scared of sticking your neb in. I look after the churchyard.
Uh-huh.
Dig the graves.
Oh. That's relative to my interests. Digging and graves.
What can you tell me about the church?
Tell me more.
Church.
Quite.
Lord Panswick believes in security and buying drinks when he accidentally shoots someone to smooth things over. See, that's a true diplomat right there. It's a true diplomat. But what if he's shooting them because he's got like an Omega Man situation going on? You know, Omega Man with Charlton Heston, the second film version of I Am Legend. The first being I think it might have just called I Am Legend, but I think it was called by a different name. Starring Vincent Price. And then he had a Mega Man with Charlton Heston, and then he had the more recent I Am Legend with what's this? Chat disconnected. Why? And why are you showing it? Just notice on YouTube, it's like chat disconnected, chat reconnected. Don't show that. Don't show that message. That's goofy. Why can't I think of his name? Will Smith. It's Smith, and I couldn't think of it. Mike Will, you know that Will guy. Big Willie style. Getting jiggy with it. Nah. Wild Wild West. You know, Will Smith. But prior to that one, there was the Omega Man starring Charlton Heston. And every night he would have to chase away the dreaded, weird, diseased humans that came for him. The new society. We'll keep your name out, Smith. Yes, exactly. Sir Slaps a lot. Which personally I think was somewhat justified. Perhaps not on national TV, but...
What did I tell you last time? Not to be found digging around in those things.
Goodbye.
Ta-ra.
How would you know, though? How would you know what there is to be found?
Hello?
This child still is dying awesome. Uncle Phil was awesome. Uncle Phil was awesome.
What do you know about Lord Panswick?
He gave me some sweets once.
Yeah.
My friend says that Lord Panswick has special trees at his manor that grow sweets on their branches. You think that's true, miss?
I think that's very unlikely.
No candy trees. Is that what I'm to understand?
Are you sure you know nothing of Hobbs Barrow?
That like a wheelbarrow?
Never mind. Goodbye.
Goodbye, miss.
All right. All right. All right. Back to the alley.
I suspect the barrels are empty. Otherwise, the locals would be rolling them into their cellars. I'd rather not go into those horrible toilets again.
Well, fair enough. Fair enough. Can't blame you there. Was there an area that I haven't, like, walked into yet? James Avery is sorely missed. He is. I love the... It only slightly spoils it, but the episode where Will's father comes back and they ditches him at the end, and he has that really, like, cheerful speech that got a little too real about his father abandoning him. And Uncle Phil brings him in for a hug. And it's a real heartwarming moment, except when he's hugging him and Will's hat kind of shifts awkwardly. And James Avery just, like, swats it away aggressively, like, you gotta get out of here. And it's like a very emotional scene. And then he smacks that hat off, and I'm like, oh, wow. Saw that last month. That hit hard. Yeah, it is. And there's, because of Will Smith's relationship with his real life father, like there's like real personal energy in that scene. That's why I say it got
to someone. I should leave it alone.
Really real. But just if you watch it again, like just when his hat goes off kilter and James Avery just like smacks it off his head. Like he's Superman deflecting a bullet. Like he's just very aggressively like, get out of here. It just kind of cracks me up.
I can't think of anything else to talk about right now.
All right. Fair enough.
There's nothing else I wish to discuss at the moment.
Okay.
There's nothing else I wish to discuss at the moment.
Great.
I didn't come to Bewley to sweep their streets.
Maybe I did.
Good day to you, Cyril.
How do, lass?
What do you make of Henry Long?
Tell me more.
An idiot who thinks that station's a good idea. Can you imagine? Strangers pouring into Bewley. Turns the stomach, that does.
I'm one of those
Maybe
people,
he has a
though.
point. You could travel.
Bah, you're an outsider. I'd expect you to have such a bad opinion.
Oh.
Henry, he's a Bewley lad. We've had the odd barney or two in the pub over it all.
I can imagine. Can I buy you a drink, Cyril?
Now?
Yes.
Go on then, lass.
Follow me.
We're getting everybody loaded in this town. Getting them all nicely toasted.
So then he turns around and says, why is a dog like a tree? And I says, I don't know. And he says, because they both lose their bark once they're dead.
What? What?
They droll, Cyril. Well, it's been a pleasure, but I must be off.
Aye, lass. Tar for the drink. You're not too bad for an outsider.
Do we have to make them fight? Let them fight. Actually, that's not a half bad idea, Flash. Because now he's here, right? Now he's here. That's actually genius.
Hello.
Good day.
There's got to be a reason I can still get him a drink. This could be
I
it.
suppose one more ale won't hurt. I shall take you up on your offer, Miss Bateman.
Let us make our way.
Making our way downtown. Drinking
If
fast.
that station hadn't been built, we would never have met. Blessed be the Midland Railway.
Idiot!
You were right on the money.
That station is the worst decision this village has ever made!
Oh my God.
Cyril Farnaby, a miserable man with miserable ideas. I will change your mind even if it kills me.
Quick, while they're distracted with their fisticuffs. I love Cyril. Cyril's pretty good. Cyril's that perfect, like... I guess there's a point where you can become, like, old enough to be crotchety without seeming very threatening, which is kind of... Maybe that's kind of disrespectful or infantilizing of the elderly. But it's like, this person has dangerous ideas. However, they can't do anything about them. This person expresses how they dislike a great many things in the world, right? But they're not really going to do much about it, but jabber on. And at least be somewhat friendly about it. But if they were like 20 years younger, you'd be like, I don't know about this guy. I don't know about this guy. This guy's dangerous. This guy could cause something. Not Cyril, though.
Locked, as expected. I need to get inside without attracting too much attention.
Why don't we dig our way in?
I don't think battering the door down is the solution here.
No. Use it like a lockpick.
This key doesn't fit here.
It could, though. She says...
currently debating the merits of the railway station at the inn.
I'm not saying look for him. I'm saying break in.
Royal Mail, Postmaster's Residence. This must be the local post office.
Surely there's something else here. What else I got? Break the window.
That's a peculiar idea.
You use the glove so that you don't get cut by the broken glass. Set it on fire.
I'm not sure what that would achieve.
Okay. Fair enough.
No, that won't work.
Okay. Nope. I'm trying to get rid of it. So it's locked.
The door is still locked.
We need some method of getting in there. Can't break that window. I should hope I could try picking the lock. I don't have any items on me here.
I have nothing else to ask for the time being. The bucket is rusty and full of holes.
That it is, that it is. I can't get around to like another window.
He's currently debating the merits of the railway station at the inn.
Just go in there. Go in his house. Maybe he has a spare key. Let's see if there's anything else to be seen from looking in the window.
No, that's not it.
It's half of the puzzle, or a third of the puzzle. You need a piece of paper and something to poke the key out, and the key has to be in the door on the other side. It's not there.
I don't think battering the door down is the solution here. I don't wish to draw too much attention.
Look, you're going to have to break in. You're going to have to break in. That's all there is to it.
No, that won't work. No, that won't work. I can't see how that will help me.
Smash it.
I don't think... can't see how that will help me.
Put it away. Put it away. Okay. I'm missing some sort of item. What more?
I can't think of anything else to talk about right now.
What more could I require? What could I require that I haven't already? What could I acquire?
The candle has melted. It's not much use anymore. Perhaps Mr. Kemp will replace it this evening.
Perhaps
I
so.
stored my case in there. A box within a box.
Can I access that case? Okay.
I have nothing else to ask for the time being.
Okay. Maybe I could purchase that kid's sword.
I have nothing else to ask for the time being.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
I can't think of anything else to talk about right now.
Who else? What else could get me into this building? Is the question.
I have nothing else to ask for the time being.
Right.
In memory of In memory of Barnaby Tillett.
There's a Mr. Tillett in there.
In memory of
There's a
Percival
roach.
Roach.
Talk to the grave digger.
In memory of George Paxton.
Talk to the grave digger. There's nothing more to talk about. I'm going to talk to the lads working there. I want to dig up this fresh grave.
This appears to be a recently dug, unmarked grave.
I got this shovel for a reason.
I may be a barrow digger, but I am no grave robber.
Agree to disagree.
William Paxton, modest and gentle of heart.
Guys digging for the Lord. They are chopping trees up, but yes, I can just travel to the wood. How would this pan out? I'm wondering. You go down there and be like, "Can you guys open a door for me?" That would be swell.
Let him get on with his work. Do you know where I can find a place called Hobbs Barrow?
Tell me.
Never heard of it.
Thanks for your time.
We'll be done by tomorrow morning. Come back then if you want to explore the woods.
Very well.
I'll let him get on with his work. I can't think of anything else to talk about right now.
Okay, that's all I got.
I have no desire to go rooting about in there.
And why not? What if you used a shovel? Okay.
No, that won't work.
Oh, hello.
Good day, little one.
Child.
Wally took Myrtle.
Pardon?
He took her and ran off.
Oh no.
I hate him.
Is
So do
Myrtle
I.
one of your dolls?
Yes, my favourite. Mummy made her for me. She's so beautiful. Wally is the worst brother in the whole world.
I'm sorry to hear that. What is your name, little one?
Jane.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Jane. My name is Thomasina.
Mm-hmm.
This is a lovely little beck.
It's where we get our water, miss. It's good for drinking and cleaning.
Your dolls look lovely, Jane.
Thank you, miss. I love them very much. Today was their bath day.
Oh, okay.
Why did your brother take Myrtle away?
He's just jealous because Daddy is letting me come with him to the market tomorrow. Wally thinks I'm Daddy's favourite, so he took Myrtle from me. What if he rips her to tatters? What if he feeds her to Mr. Bryden's goat?
Don't worry, Jane. I'm sure he wouldn't do such a thing. Where did your brother go?
I don't know.
Oh, I know where Wally is.
But I have to wait here for Myrtle's friends to dry out.
Do you know an old man called Leonard Shoulder?
No, miss.
Have you heard of a place called Hobbs Barrow?
I have, yes.
You have?
We aren't supposed to talk about it.
Aha!
Why not?
Would you like to go there?
Yes, I would very much like to.
I'll tell you where it is if you find Myrtle for me.
You will?
Excellent.
Yes! But don't tell anyone about it or I'll be told off.
I promise.
Of course.
Please find Myrtle first. I miss her.
This child could merely be lying in order to further her own goals.
Where do you live?
Our home is on the other side of the village.
I already know where she lives.
Maybe Wally went back there. Or maybe he's left her out on the moors. Poor Myrtle.
While trying to solve one problem, we've stumbled on a solution of another one. Yes, yes, yes.
Goodbye.
Bye, miss.
What is this?
Hey! Stay away from that! It's bad luck to touch the Ammon's horn.
Oh?
I'm serious.
Fine.
Interesting.
Remarkable. A gargantuan fossilized ammonite. This would look fantastic on my mantelpiece.
Why don't you take it then?
I do enjoy the charm of a babbling beck.
What's the difference between like a beck and like a creek or a brook? Take a little sip.
The water is icy cold.
A lot of leeches in there. The almond's horn equals the curse, yes.
The delicate flowers smell rather sweet.
Never trust a fossil. Why don't we?
No, that won't achieve anything useful.
That's what you always say. Sooner or later, I'm going to find somebody to stab with that shovel.
Damp ragdolls have been laid out to dry in the dreary sun.
I see. Well, let's go beat up Wally. I mean, interrogate Wally. This way. Because we encountered Wally earlier. Saves us the trouble. Give me the doll, child.
Jane tells me you've taken Myrtle away.
And what if I did?
That's a bit mean, don't you think?
She kicked me! Look at this bruise on my leg!
I don't want to get involved in your domestic squabble.
Why did she kick you?
Because she's a little goblin. You don't know what she can be like. Besides, Myrtle is gone now. I've given her to the fair folk. That'll teach her.
Oh.
Who are the fair folk?
The little people of the moors.
Oh no.
Myrtle to them.
Little people? You don't mean fairies, do you?
We call them fair folk round here.
Oh, okay. Regional
There's
dialect.
no
I
such
gotcha.
thing as fairies.
It's two, and I gave them a doll.
Goodbye.
All right. Let's go to the fairy ring. The mushrooms. Mushroom. What's the quickest way to it? I think the woods. Right? I think it's just up here. No, that's not it. By the Devil's Toe? Yep. This way. Where was that locality? The Mushrooms of Doom, yes. Hopefully, we'll find it there. Off the graveyard. You are correct. Yes.
I better not touch them. They could be poisonous.
Don't touch the
It
mushrooms.
looks like something has been buried in the middle.
At last! It's shoveling time! Oh no, I've been poisoned! The hallucinations are beginning.
Thomasina, please stop leaving place. What happened the last time you left your dolly under the tree?
A fox ate it, madame.
Yes, it did. Fetch it now, won't you? Then I'll fix your supper.
Yes, madame.
See, that's why you can't let foxes in your hen house, because they'll eat all of your dollies, right? You can't trust a fox. Foxes are cool. You want to be friends with the fox, and you can, but you have to accept that they're going to steal from you. They're going to steal your chickens. They're going to steal your eggs. They will destroy your precious belongings. And then you'll laugh about it later like, oh, Mr. Fox, what a scoundrel you are. They'll be like, yes, ha, have rabies. And then, good luck. There ain't no coming back from that.
What's for supper, madame?
It'll be nothing but a
Well, look, if Leather didn't want the bad reputation, she would stop spreading rabies.
What's for supper, madame?
It'll be nothing but a glass of water and a worm if you don't fetch your dolly right this instant.
I'd like one of those things. Statue, mushroom.
Hello, fairies. Hello.
There's the doll.
Josephine. I won't let the foxes eat you.
Not today.
Who's that you have there, little bird?
Josephine.
Mm-hmm.
She introduced me to the fairies.
Oh, fairies, you say?
Yes, Daddy.
Do you believe in fairies?
Of course. Do you see those mushrooms over there?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's a gateway to their kingdom.
But that's where we buried your dog.
To talk to the fairies.
Now, listen to me, Thomasina.
Yes?
You're old enough now to hear this.
Uh-oh.
There's no such thing as fairies or talking dolls, my little bird.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, my dear child. I do not wish to upset you. I just want to make sure that you understand the difference between fantasy and reality. Josephine is just a doll, and fairies do not exist.
But, Daddy...
You're blowing my mind, old man.
Is the great antidote to the poison of enthusiasm and superstition. Please always remember that. If you hear anything about fairies or the like again, know that it's hogwash. What is it?
Hogwash.
Hogwash. Did Wally bury the doll, I wonder?
Now, what I'd like to say is, I draw issue with the fact that the superstition, sure, but enthusiasm? How dare you be enthusiastic? Look, free worms!
This must be Jane's ragdoll.
Score some worms. Take the worms. Gather the worms.
You're coming with me, little fellow.
Yes!
I shall name you Kenneth.
Yes!
I've already taken one.
No, you want more than one.
I've already taken one.
I would like more. Why stop at one? You know what they say? A worm in the dirt is worth two in the hand, so put two in your hand. We're going fishing.
Perhaps these wriggling worms are the fair folk young Wally was so fearful of.
Picking up one of these worms and just swinging it around. Are you a fairy? Are you?
Strange.
Are you the
There is
fair
a hair
folk?
pierced through the arm. This may come in handy.
Do you have magic?
At least I shall not return from Bewley empty-handed.
Don't try and enchant me with your fair folk magic, worm. I know your ilk. Don't make me get the salt and the cold iron. I know you're weak to it. All right. Back to the woods. And now we have a method to pick the lock, I presume. Great. It's so good when, like, in an adventure game when, like, you get kind of stuck, as I often do, and it feels like a pressure buildup, and then you finally find that last piece that was holding it all up, and suddenly everything just starts tumbling into place. It's like dropping the coin at just the right point in those coin ledge games. Even though I've never done that, I just throw my money away. And I tried shaking it, and they kick me out and tell me I can never come back to that Shakey's. Oh, then that Shakey's goes out of business. Who's laughing now? Not me, because I enjoyed their food very much.
I present to you Myrtle.
Myrtle! I missed you so much.
You might not want to No, it's fine. You're
Now,
filthy anyway, I
I
believe.
believe we had a deal.
Hide and seek.
Come back.
You filthy ragamuffin.
In moments like these, I thank myself for not having children.
Indeed. The child has conned us.
Hey!
Oh, it's not hide and seek if you just leave. Like, if you just, it's... You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta at least give me a moment to count down. I mean, I would expect the child to, at this moment, be like, oh no.
Jane?
Oh my God, that's kind of adorable. Unless it's actually a giggling badger, which is a very serious predator of the moors. It could be a child. It could be our death. It could be some, hideous lich. You ever seen the movie Don't Look Now? It's a very good movie.
Jane, get out of there.
I don't know why it came to mind. It's got Donald Sutherland in it.
Come in.
It's pretty good.
Fine. Curses. The hole is too small for me to fit through.
Why don't you smoke her out?
That's a peculiar idea.
No, hear me out. We'll set it on fire.
That won't make the entrance any bigger.
No, but he'll make her leave. Okay, I guess. But what if we did this?
I was always happiest with a trowel in my hands.
Stab the child. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's got one of those like shock endings, but it's solid. It's a solid movie. Donald Sutherland is excellent in it. It's this isn't why I bring it up, nor is this the first thing that comes to mind with it. But I can't, without spoiling certain things, I can't go too deep into it. But basically, like Donald Sutherland plays a man who he and his wife lose their daughter, and he moves to Venice to work on this art restoration project and try and get past the trauma of the death of their daughter. But then he starts seeing someone who resembles his daughter around town, and disasters start happening around. It's a bit of a supernatural mystery thriller. It's very good, very enjoyable. But one of the most notable things about it is that there's a sex scene between Donald Sutherland and the lead actress, whose name I do not recall, that is very steamy and was long rumored to be like, no, they just really did it. There was no acting there. They just kept filming. I don't believe that's true, but it's one of those old like Hollywood chestnuts that used to get tossed around a lot. I think by this point, though, it's probably been outdone by other movies. That's not the reason to watch the movie. That's not the reason. Everything else in the movie is really good. That thing's not like the main thing. That's just a bit of trivia that comes with it. Don't Look Now. Pretty solid. Anyway, I was always happy with the trowel in my hand. Is she gonna we're gonna expose this kid's murder nest, or is this gonna be like, welcome to Hob's Barrow? It was here all along, and then it's just a lie? Have we been manipulated yet again? First for alcohol, now for this doll. Will everyone in this town con us for something?
Uncovering hidden worlds within the earth itself, clod by clod.
Yes.
That should do it.
Whoever they got to do this giggle sound is like perfect. Because you can tell like genuine laughter from fake laughter. And if someone tries to like fake laugh, like in Final Fantasy X, right? Titus is like weird laugh. The English dubbing, it just sounds awful. Like a real fake laugh is like it has no soul to it. It doesn't sound good. This is like a legit like child giggling. Which you honestly rarely want to hear when dealing with children if you can't see them, because it usually means something terrible is happening. Like they're drawing on your wall, right? Or they're drawing on your appliances, right? Or they've got a knife and they're carving things into their flesh that they probably shouldn't. And they really shouldn't carve anything in their flesh, but there's some things more so than others. Or they're autopsying an animal or something like that. Like laughter like that for unseen kids is not great. It's like if you have a dog and you can't see the dog, but you can hear it farting somewhere, and you're like, oh no. I had a dog and I had terrible stomach problems once, and I heard it farting. And then I walked into the room to find just a puddle that resembled thick chocolate syrup, and it sure didn't smell like chocolate syrup. And I'll tell you, it was not chocolate syrup. In that apartment, we refer to it as the Shoggoth incident. It was quite horrifying. That was how we learned that dog could not eat a certain brand of dog food. It was quite horrifying. But yeah, sometimes there are sounds you don't want to hear from the darkness because it just means something bad.
Jane, come out this instant. I can't see a damned thing in here. I need a light source.
I feel like the kid's not going to be down here. Darkness.
There is a single match remaining inside.
Darkness imprisoning me. Attack the darkness.
Curses. The useless thing blew out.
Oh, well, okay. Well, that's the end of that chapter.
Jane? Jane? Jane?
Just get in there.
Jane?
Just get in there. Don't worry about it. Shovel the darkness.
No, that won't achieve anything useful.
Okay. All right. Clearly, we are not equipped for this. Let's return. I swear to God, if we go in there and the kid's not even there, you know what I'm saying? If we go in there and it's just like, there's nothing in there but like an old boot with a face drawn on it. Shane's been dead for 25 years.
Kenneth taught me this useful trick. A hairpin is much more than a hair accessory. A few wiggles and this lock should spring right open.
Uh-huh. And now your crime has been upgraded to a felony.
I've snapped the hairpin in the process, but I managed to unlock the door.
We're in!
Let's open this envelope. There's a note inside.
Miss Bateman, I beg for your forgiveness. A matter of grave urgency has arisen in London, and I cannot join you in Bewley. I've packed your usual equipment and pray you will find local assistance in my absence. I look forward to seeing you upon your return. Yours faithfully, Kenneth Murdoch. Leaving evidence at the scene of the crime. Yep. I hope she clears that lockout. I don't think they're sophisticated enough to be, dusting for prints around here. But also, they're probably superstitious enough to just be like, use a dowsing rod to determine your guilt or something like that. She's likely to get burned at the stake.
How very frustrating. I wonder what happened. I'd better get this to the alley before Mr. Long comes back. Moving a fully laden crate through the village square was no easy task.
That's the Metal Gear feat right there. Quick, while they're looking the other way. Just point to the newcomer. Yeah, exactly. They're just... Whatever crime happens between now and when I leave is going to be pinned on me, guaranteed.
Somehow, no one was there to witness it.
Somehow.
But I didn't give up. Because I never give up, do I, Mother?
Never give up, never surrender.
I am as stubborn as my father, as you liked to remind me.
I think she did not get along with her mother. What's in the box? Oh no, it's Kenneth!
Wait. Where is my money? It's not in here.
Uh-oh.
Kenneth, you absolute liability of a man.
Uh-oh.
It looks like everything else is in here. Picks, specimen trays, shovels.
Uh-huh.
Oh, my chisel, I'll take that. Ah, my lantern. It feels light. There mustn't be any oil inside. I'll leave the rest in the crate. Stanley assured me things would be safe.
Do a barrel roll.
No money and no assistant. This is most inconvenient.
Pointing like in the Body
Still,
Snatchers.
I've
Another
been
great
in
Donald
worse
Sutherland movie.
situations. I've got a tab at the inn for now. I'll worry about money later. I must find that barrow and get on with the excavation.
Yes.
I need paraffin to fuel my lantern.
I see.
There's nothing else I wish to discuss at the moment.
Where can I acquire... We'll just talk here. It seems to be the only business that is actually open. Candle.
Can I please have a new candle for my room?
I'll go upstairs and replace it this evening.
Can I have one now?
It's not dark yet, Miss Bateman.
Never mind. Goodbye.
See you soon.
I'll leave Cyril and Henry to their grand debate. I must say, last night has rather put me off using these toilets.
Where can I acquire a bit of paraffin? Also, how would I light it? Since I wasted my match. They better not, like, soft lock me here. Paraffin, paraffin, paraffin. Excuse me.
There's nothing else I wish to discuss at the moment.
Okay.
Good day.
Yes.
Lantern.
I was wondering if you might be able to spare some lantern oil.
I don't have much to spare, lass. Paraffin is as rare as... How much
Oop.
coin do you have?
None, I'm afraid.
If you're in a bind, I can trade you a small amount.
A trade, you say?
Aye.
I got this kick-ass worm. It's a magic worm. I pulled it out of a fairy circle, so it's one of the fair folk. It will grant you one wish.
What can I trade you for
The
some
only
lantern
caveat
oil?
is you must know worm language. The worm tongue.
What can I trade you for some lantern oil?
Surprise me.
Thanks for your time.
Here we go.
Speak to you later.
What do you say that... Don't go over there. What do you say to this delicious worm? You look like a man who can appreciate some protein.
I don't think Mr. Crozier would be interested in trading his paraffin. For
You
this.
don't know that. Don't tell me no.
I don't think Mr. Crozier would be interested in trading his paraffin for this.
Ha ha. Ho 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 ho. He 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 he. The child will not stop me now. Yes, we'll steal the fossil. No one's here, thus making it not a crime.
Splendid. I've managed to extract it in one piece.
Excellent. No witness, no crime. We're fine. Now I'll trade him, knowing that he has a predilection for fossils. Yes, he likes them old, real old. We aim to deliver.
Would you trade some of your paraffin for this fossilized ammonite, Mr. Crozier?
Now then, 'tis a beauty that. It looks familiar. I'll take it off your hands.
Wonderful.
Let me fetch some paraffin from inside.
It's fun. Everyone in town's gonna go to the back and be like, What happened to the ammonite?
Thank you, Mr. Crozier.
What happened to our sacred historical fossil?
My lantern is fueled and ready for action.
Excellent. To the woods! It was a landmark for ages. And like if you rolled into town and just like if it, where is it, like Denver, where they got the statue of like Paul Bunyan, and you just like took its head off, and we're like,
Put this lantern to good use.
what if I traded you the head of this Paul Bunyan statue? And they're like, ooh, I do like Paul Bunyan. Looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? Anyway, sounds good. Here's your sandwich. I'll say one thing. This kid's got
Jane,
guts.
Come out at once.
Right? If the kid's down here to crawl through all of this in darkness is pretty ballsy for a child. Oh God, no! It is a giggle badger. I can't believe I was right. I was just joking. It was true. It was all true.
Jane.
Silly. What are you doing in that smelly old badger's hole?
You
What?
were in there.
No, I weren't.
Yes, you were.
She ventriloquist.
Not true. I was hiding behind that tree over there. I got bored of waiting for you.
Wow.
Where can I find Hobbs Barrow?
Go north from the church graveyard, up the hill. You'll see some muddy fields on the horizon. That's Mr. Bryden's farm. Hobbs Barrow is there. Don't tell any grown-ups I told you. And thanks for getting Myrtle back.
Uh-huh.
My pleasure. Thank you, Jane. You've been a great help.
She's gonna go and see that I stole that fossil. Like, somebody stole that fossil. And we'll have framed the blacksmith.
I shan't be visiting the badgers again. I was lucky to escape intact.
Look, you could bargain with a badger. We could talk to him. It doesn't have to be this way. I don't know. Maybe it's just like, it just fit. It just fit that the kid wasn't going to be down in there. Having to travel through all that darkness was very, very suspicious. I figured it would just be nothing. Or something really horrific. I didn't think it'd actually be a badger. That's very funny. That's very funny. So is the kid just like throwing her voice? Like, find Mr. Bryden's farm. I should take a look around the area and see what I can find out of Mr. Shoulder Arms Bar. Oh, by prison. This provided location of his Barrow found on the land of a farmer named Bryden, north of the graveyard. Okay. Like, why was I hearing her giggling from the hole? Or was she actually behind the tree and we just assumed it was in the hole? It seemed like she was in the hole. Is it merely a misunderstanding? Look at this bird. This gutsy bird is eating all of my worms. I went to the trouble of excavating those worms. How dare you?
This is where I dug up Jane's ragdoll.
How dare you steal my worms? I wonder if that means I will have to use the worm later to attract a bird. Then I will then eat in a Renfield-esque fashion to consume its life energy.
As I trudged
badger
through
was
the
pretty cool,
barren
though.
moors, with only the odd sheep for company,
Badgers
I
are pretty
reflected
cool.
upon my visit to Bewley thus far.
Badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom.
The enigmatic Mr. Shoulder and his puzzling
badger, badger,
disappearance.
badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom. Badger, 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 panic a snake, 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 oh, it's a snake. I miss those animations.
The townsfolk of Bewley, who had made it as difficult as they could for me to find Hobbs Barrow.
This is some John Carpenter-esque music here. I love it.
The suspicion, the wariness in their eyes. Only now I know it was actually fear.
Oh! What are they
In
afraid
the
of?
end, it was the innocence of a child, young Jane, that condemned me to my fate.
Is Hobbs Barrow just full of more badgers? Is that the fear? That's where we send all the badgers. We have an overabundance of them. We banish them all there, and they're angry. Just going in. Hob's Barrow is full of lich badgers. Oh, no. Hello.
My name is Thomasina Bateman. Mr. Bryden, I presume.
Aye. What do you want, lass?
I understand Hob's Barrow is located on your land.
Oh, well, yes. Why'd you ask?
I am an antiquarian, Mr. Bryden.
I want to dig it up.
A volume on the barrows of England.
Oh, I suppose you'll be wanting to dig about it.
If at all possible, Mr. Bryden. I was invited to Bewley by Mr. Leonard Shoulder, who told me such an excavation would be possible.
Leonard Shoulder? Ha! I haven't seen him in years. Last I heard he were on death's door. There's to be no more digging there, lass. Not since it went so badly last time.
What? Has Leonard Shoulder been dead for years? There's clothes on his line. There's the glove we found that matches that set. Doesn't necessarily mean there's anyone who could put those clothes there. Now, I don't know what kind of material they were. It's unlikely that they would sit on that line and not be rotted to pieces if years had passed. Maybe Leonard is the sole survivor of last time. He might be. Or maybe he didn't survive and yet refused to die, if you catch my meaning.
Was there a previous excavation of Hob's Barrow?
Aye. My brother dug it up. Must have been, 25 years ago.
You
see, whatever he found inside, well, it drove him mad.
Oh, is that all?
I moved back here to look after him. Poor bastard hanged himself not long after.
Oh, well, that's bad.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bryden. That's terrible.
Aye. Time passes, but it were an awful thing.
Well, that is troubling.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Bryden.
I live here with my wife, and I might be long in tooth, but I can still run this farm without too much help.
What did your brother find?
Samuel. Samuel were his name.
Sorry, what did Samuel find in the barrow?
I don't know, but something went wrong.
Yep.
Afterward, he could barely speak. You couldn't make out a word, like.
That must have been hard.
He lost a hand in that excavation too, you know.
Oh.
Goodness me, how?
I try hard not to speculate on what might have happened, lass. I'd see him disappearing into that barrow, dragging timber in with him. You'd hear him hammering away for hours. I offered him help, but he'd have none of it. Soon enough, he blocked the entrance off.
Yeah.
To look at it now, you'd never know the thing we dug up. The land has reclaimed it.
Well, this is merely whetting my appetite for more.
Who else was involved in the excavation?
2 others, I believe. Outsiders, perhaps. I can't say for sure. I think they left town pretty swiftly afterwards.
Oh, I see.
I lived in Bakewell at the time. I only moved back here to look after Samuel. I took over the farm when he passed away.
I see.
Well, this is troubling. Interesting if they gave us the choice to leave or excavate it. Yeah, that would be interesting. I love when games have that option of like, just leave. And it's like, all right, here's the ending. Ending D, the coward's way. Like, oh, okay. I know it's always like, okay, that's not the real ending. Haha, I'm gonna go back. But it is fun when they have that in there. Like, no, you can just leave immediately. You can just go away. You can just give up on it.
What can you tell me about your farm?
Samuel's fair to side. We're a fortunate family.
Mm-hmm.
Soil is fertile here. Crops grow without too much trouble.
Yeah.
All the other farmers round here raise livestock. Even Lord Panswick. We grow feed for him.
Most fortunate, Mr. Bryden. Is your wife home?
She's out in fields, lass. Pulling weeds. The curse of such fertile soil. 40 years we've been married. I couldn't do it without her, you see.
I see.
How splendid.
Aye. My wife is a fine woman. Are you married, lass?
No. I've had my fair share of proposals, Mr. Bryden, but that's not the life for me.
Marriage is an important institution.
Well.
You'll find a man one day.
Well.
I manage rather well without one, Mr. Bryden.
She may not be interested in that. She might be interested in that specifically or generally. Tell me about Mr. Shoulder.
You haven't seen Mr. Shoulder for some time?
I hear about him now and then, but it must be a good few years since I set eyes on him.
He hasn't been here to visit Hob's Barrow?
Not to my knowledge. I heard he's beset by ailments.
Mm.
Don't leave his home often.
How odd. I assumed he'd spoken to you about my visit.
Not at all.
I see.
What can you tell me of Lord Panswick?
He keeps us going. Most of our crops go to feed his animals.
What is he like?
Oh, I've hardly laid eyes on him. He sends his workers here to pick up the crops.
I see.
Tell me more. Maybe Mr. Shoulder Call is here to get some artifact from the Barrow. Could be. Could be. Something sinister, I believe, is afoot, and her notes only lend more to that. And then finding out about Samuel here.
You say Mr. Shoulder is at death's door. What exactly ails him?
I'm unsure. It's just
Something is
I won't
afoot.
want to speculate on matters that are not my business.
Mr. Bryden, may I please have your permission to excavate Hob's Barrow?
No. Have you
No.
not been listening, lass?
No.
Samuel found something in there that's best left to rot. No digging here, lass.
I mean, these are all very convincing. I mean, As You Wish isn't, but the rest of these. But yes, I have been listening. I just don't believe you. I think you're kooky. And I think you're mistaken. And I'm don't want to disrespect your late brother, but it was probably gas. Wouldn't you like to find out more about what Samuel found in there? Yes. Yes. Appeal to that. He'll probably say no.
Wouldn't you like to find out more about what Samuel found in there?
Perhaps. But Samuel boarded up that barrow for a reason. You don't want to tempt the same fate, lass.
Perhaps I can at least see Hob's Barrow.
Yes.
I suppose you've come a long way to be here, lass.
All the way from London, Mr. Bryden.
Yes, yes,
Have
yes.
you any proof of all you've told me?
Like what? What do you want? Like you want my train ticket stubs? You want a driver's license? You want a photo of me with the day's newspaper in London? What do you
I
want?
wish to see proof of what, Mr. Bryden?
I can't let any Tom, Dick or Harry wander around me fields. What proof have you of your claims?
All right, I got this letter.
Thanks for your time.
Ta-ra now.
Ta-da!
Here is proof that Mr. Shoulder invited me to Bewley in order to excavate Hob's Barrow.
Yes. Let me in.
Leonard making bold promises, I see.
Uh-huh.
Don't make me regret this. But yes, you can have a look at it.
Oh, you'll regret it.
Any road. Once you've set your eyes on it, you won't be wanting out to do with it. The place gives one a queer feeling.
So where can I find it?
Through that gate to your left.
Great.
Head straight across the top to the field there. After 10 minutes or so, you'll see Barrow. Set on a hill ahead.
Thank you again, Mr. Bryden. I really do appreciate it.
Excellent. The bricks. I'm wondering if Mr. Shoulder actually sent us a letter, or if Mr. Shoulder isn't just totally dead already, and it's not somebody else pinning the blame on him.
I probably should have brought my umbrella.
Probably. It's a
Perhaps I
stone.
could take a closer look.
Why not? Arr! Arr!
A.R. I haven't a clue what that could be referring to.
Ammonite Roach, the founder of this town. Who else do we know's name ends in R besides Roach? Anthony Roach, Andrew Roach, Andy Roach, A. Roach, Alex Roach, Axelrod Roach, Axel Rose. Oh, found it. We found it. It's the legendary origin of the Guns and Stoses. Or they're talking about an assault rifle. I don't think that's the case. Like some Terminator type of tale here. Can I dig it up?
It's the barrow itself that I'm more interested in excavating.
You're no fun.
Finally, here it is.
Oh, Andrew Ryan from BioShock. Yes.
Hob's Barrow.
Well, it certainly is a lump of something.
Indeed, a barrow of a most unusual rectangular form. I've not seen something like this since West Kennet Long Barrow.
Uh-huh.
Yes, this shall make a fine entry for my book. What secrets do you conceal, I wonder?
Well, let's eyeball it. Yep. Not getting any weird feelings so far.
Earthy and sweet.
Give it a lick. For science.
3, 2, 1. You can open your eyes now, Thomasina. Come.
Okay. What's going on?
Are you ready for your first excavation?
Ooh.
Yes, Daddy.
Capital. Make sure you remember everything I've taught you. I have a feeling you might find something special.
I've already forgotten.
I'll be watching from the steps, my little bird. Good luck.
Thank you, Daddy.
Oh boy. We're just gonna be digging up the yard now. All right. And I'm.
Hello.
Okay. Where am I? I got nothing in here.
I can't find the treasure, Daddy.
Keep looking, my little bird.
Okay.
Leave no stone unturned.
I haven't seen any stones. Where are the stones? Oh, there's a trowel. At last.
Now I'm ready.
Excellent. Excellent. Here we go. You've made this too easy, old man. Too easy. Thanos asked them. Oh no! The stones!
Here.
Oh, perhaps I spoke too soon. Very clever. The next thing I poke with this shovel will be your carotid artery.
Here.
Looks like it's time to stab Daddy. Oh wait, there's one more hole. This time, for sure.
Treasure.
Treasure!
Daddy, I found the treasure. Look.
Well done, little bird.
Now throw it on
Your
the ground.
first successful excavation.
Break it.
That urn you're holding.
There's
is
rupees
very
inside.
old and precious.
Money.
Good care of it, all right?
I will, Daddy. I promise.
Just gonna drop it. Okay. Why does she keep morbing out? Are they just flashbacks, or is something horrendous happening within her mind? Well, let's not waste any time. Let's get in there.
Time.
This is a good enough time.
I do have a feeling there is something exceptional to be discovered here. I must gain Mr. Bryden's permission to excavate.
Or we just do it. You know what they say? It's easier to get forgiveness. Ask forgiveness than seek permission. Or something like that. Anyway, what I'm saying is we just do it. We just do it. And then he can say no afterwards, but we've already done it.
I should make my way back to the inn.
Oh no, darkness falls. I have to leave. Can I steal your bucket?
To take.
Says you.
I
Well, there's a
don't wish
dog.
to risk waking it up.
What if I do? What if I do? Oh, it's a goat. It's not a dog.
Fast asleep. I wonder what goats dream of.
Blood. Tin cans. If cartoons I watched as a child are any indication. Just eating tin cans. Delicious cans. So I don't know how delicious the cans would be. Probably not. I don't think a goat could actually eat tin cans, right? Woo! Well, this is certainly quite a deal here.
It's late. I should really get some sleep now.
Oh, you're no fun. I hope there's no werewolves about. Oh, what was that? Nothing. Don't go out on the moors.
Good evening, Mr. Crozier.
Evening. Thanks again for the fossil, lass. 'Tis truly a beauty.
You're most welcome.
I certainly didn't steal it. Music in the game is so good. It is. They did a really good job. It's never like overpowering. It fits beautifully. It's not so like background that it's not noticeable. Like it's clearly there, right? But it's not. It doesn't steal the spotlight. It just adds to it. It complements the game nicely. That's the word I'm thinking of. It's very good. An American Werewolf in Bewley. I just added American in there because that was the movie. I liked that movie a lot when I was a kid. I was very impressed by the effects work on it. I like the music in it. I still enjoy that movie a lot. I was less of a fan of American Werewolf in Paris. It's okay plot-wise, but the heavy use of CG, and it's like that kind of like early-ish CG that it's like, I don't know, that doesn't look that great. Like, I like what they were going for, but it doesn't have the same. It didn't have the same passion as the first movie. Different people involved, I believe.
How long have you been collecting fossils?
Ever since I were a boy. The moors look a barren place, but there are plenty of fossils to be found in the rock formations. All manner of creatures to uncover.
Such a playground for a young lad. What's your favorite piece in your collection?
The ammonite you gave me today. The most recent is always the best.
Indeed.
What about you, lass?
How many fossils are in your collection? 2 now.
I'm writing a book on the Barrows of England. It shall be called
just the 2
of the Antiquities in Rural England. I document all my findings.
But what do you collect?
Pottery, tools and such.
Bones too, no doubt.
No, I leave those in place.
You've got a morbid heart, lass.
What?
Fussing about in old graves like that.
She leaves the bones there.
In that we both take an interest in the remains of the long gone.
I suppose you have a point there. How's your book coming along then?
Very well, thank you. Though I'm rather keen to begin my chapter on Hob's Barrow. Thanks for your time.
Aye. Speak to you later.
I want to see more of his collection just to confirm it's not just the 2 fossils, because right now I think it's just 2 fossils. First American Werewolf. Don't remember the second. Yeah, there's multiple werewolves. There's CG werewolves. There's fighting involved. It gets pretty weird. The story was good. I enjoyed the plot of it. But I don't know. It's not this. It's a very different sort of movie. What's on the menu?
The prices are cheap here.
But what is it?
I'm not hungry at the moment.
I am. Man.
Good evening, gentlemen.
What are you gonna do about him?
If he thinks he can take her away from here, he's got another thing coming.
Yeah.
I am gonna knock his bloody block off.
Yeah, get him.
In fact, I can think of a better punishment.
Oh, tell me more.
Oi, what do you want, lady? Piss off.
Oh, damn.
The man.
Charming.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Check out this guy.
Good evening, sir. I'll leave you to it.
I think we may have caused him to stab
I
himself.
don't wish to wake him up. It's Herbert, the local stray.
He's awful close to that fire.
A lovely place to warm oneself.
Hey, Cyril.
Hello again, Cyril.
You're still here?
Did Mr. Long convince you of the virtues of Bewley Station?
What the hell do you think? Now bugger off and leave me to me drink.
Fair
Seems
enough.
More wound up than usual.
Fair enough. If only I could bet and play him.
Good evening, Stanley.
If only we could just stand there until all of his fingers have been severed. And then collect the fingers, because we're going to need them for later. We'll need to trade those fingers for something. I'll bet. And why stop at just one? Why stop at just one? We can be a little greedy. And once you have two, well, I mean, you might as well go for three. And then once you're down to 2 fingers, I mean, what good are they? What are you, lobster? Just give them up. You get rid of all the fingers. They'll have a match set of no fingers. One hand is plenty. And then you can put 5 hooks on your hand. You could be like Edward Scissorhands. We need to trade the Barrow Ghoul for safe passage. Yeah. Or maybe we'll just keep them on us for secret eating. Might get hungry with all that digging and you want some quick energy. A little bit of finger food is exactly what you need.
I found Hob's Barrow.
Oh.
Oh.
Remember what I said, Miss Bateman? There are stories connected to that place.
Yes, stories you won't elaborate on, I might add.
Tell
Don't
me
worry about
more.
Stanley. I'm quite capable of warding off imagined fiends.
But what about real ones?
Doubt, but please leave that place be.
I've come this far, there's no turning back now.
That's precisely what worries me.
A mug of your finest ale, please.
Might as well. Well, we're not going to leave it be. We're going to get to the bottom of it.
That's 2 pence on your account.
Great.
Thank you. Goodbye.
See you soon.
I'll go to bed. There's nobody else here.
Time for bed. Tomorrow I shall convince Mr. Bryden to allow me to begin my excavation.
By hook or by crook.
Miss Bateman,
It's full of evil.
how are you?
Tired.
Gonna buy you a drink?
We've got to figure out its secrets. That's right. The Barrow belongs in a museum. All of it. The whole thing, except for the bones. Those can stay, but everything else must go. Mr. Tillett hasn't given me any good information, so I am loath to sit up and drink with him. However, if he's paying, should keep a clear head. Shouldn't you stop drinking so much for the man's health? Yeah. I mean, he's not going to want to hear it from me. Who am I to tell this man not to drink? Well, let's, just on the off chance, I'll give this guy his, 3rd chance here to give me something useful?
One won't hurt.
Excellent. I feel bad about what happened last night.
You should.
I'm sorry, I can't remember it.
You're lying.
That's all right, Mr. Tillett. Alcohol can do all sorts of damage to one's memory.
I was thinking that maybe if we had another drink tonight, I might remember what happened.
I'm not sure that's logical.
Oh my God.
Worth trying?
I don't need any further convincing.
Take your seat, Miss Bateman. I shall return with the goods.
That's my kind of logic. What if I tried the thing that got me in trouble before? Surely that will fix it.
To Leonard's shoulder.
I just have to dig up.
I've been meaning to ask you something.
Yes?
Why did Leonard's shoulder ask you to dig up Hob's Barrow?
That's a good question.
Despite his disappearing act the previous evening, not to mention his questionable sobriety, I decided Mr. Tillett was to be my ally.
I don't know if that's the best choice, but I guess we'll go with it.
I spoke again of Mr. Shoulder's letter, his proposed excavation, and my status as an antiquarian and barrow digger.
Great.
He was fascinated and quite excited at the prospect of meeting the soon-to-be author of a real-life book.
You must find all manner of riches on your digs.
Yeah.
Barrow digging is not all success, Mr. Tillett. Often I'll come across the likeliest of sites steeped in promise. We set to work with shovel and pick and all the other barrow opening paraphernalia you can imagine. Every stone carefully taken down,
every shovelful of earth put dutifully through the sieve, and we find nothing. Or you may find a miserable remnant of animal bone or a shard of pottery hardly to be recognized from the peat in which it decayed. Sometimes it's as if some Neolithic humorist prepared an elaborate practical joke for your special benefit.
It still sounds much more exciting than spending your day sitting in England's most remote railway station.
Maybe.
Are you all right, Mr. Tillett?
There's
I've had
curses
another
involved.
argument with Agnes.
Your wife?
Aye. She didn't want me coming to the plough tonight. Truth is, I've been drinking my life away since my mother passed.
Oh,
Oh,
that's terrible. I'm sorry for your loss.
it's probably
Kind, Miss Bateman.
he's probably lying.
It's been a year since the old girl left us. She had a horrible end.
Oh?
Wasting away, day by day.
Oh no.
Consumption got her. She was naught but bones by the end. I can't get the image out of my mind. She were everything to me.
I'm so sorry.
I apologise for going on, Miss Bateman. It's not appropriate.
Don't worry, Mr. Tillett. I appreciate your openness.
Used to love going for walks out in the moor, my mother and I, ever since I were a little one. She'd get a tear in her eye as she looked out upon it. She loved this land. I asked Mr. Crozier to build a bench, which we've erected at her favourite
Oh,
location
okay.
to Wales. Margaret's Lookout, we called it. Aye.
That's a beautiful tribute.
We did see that bench.
You take a seat there. Do keep her in your thoughts, won't you?
I will now.
Yes, Mr. Tillett. I can relate in some manner. My father had an accident when I was very young. He's still alive, but he can neither move nor speak. He spends his entire life bedbound and incapable of communicating or looking after himself in any way.
Oh, jeez.
Dreadful.
He was a barrow digger himself, an antiquarian of some renown. He taught me so much, even though I was so young. I think writing this book is my way of carrying on his work. It helps me reclaim those earlier memories of him, and I visit him often to tell him all about my excavations.
Can he hear you?
I've no idea. The doctors aren't sure.
Oh,
I do
yikes.
anything to make him better, Mr. Tillett. I do anything to bring him back to the man he was.
Oh, I don't like that.
I am in a state of suspended mourning for a man caught between life and death.
Dreadful. Just dreadful.
We all have our weaknesses. Mine just happens to be my father.
And what of your mother?
That doesn't bode
Cold
well.
woman. We haven't talked in quite some time. I think she blamed me for my father's accident somehow.
You were but a child.
Indeed. She thus saw it fit that a governess should raise me as she spent her life grieving for my father.
Well then, I propose a toast.
Well then.
A toast to what?
A shared sense of loss.
I'll toast to that, Arthur.
Hmm.
Now then, enough of this wallowing.
Let us be merry. Another round.
I really shouldn't. But I did.
Oh no.
And another after that. And another.
Oh. That doesn't bode well. This
The
can't be going
frustrations of
well.
my visit to Bewley slipped away with each swill of Stanley's finest ale. We had great fun that night, Mr. Tillett and I. I treasure the memory.
Go on then. Let's hear those pipes.
Mustn't.
Oh no.
Sing the song.
You're incorrigible.
Please. You'll make a sad man happy.
Oh, all right then.
Oh. Oh. We're not. Oh, come on. You can't dangle that out there and not actually do it.
Arrowheads I'll try.
Oh no, there it is.
Claw within my clutch. And if a shield I should espy, I'll vow there ne'er was such.
Yeah.
With popish tricks and relics rare, the priests their flocks do gull. In casting out the earth take care. Huzzah! I've found a skull.
Whoo. I like skulls. Beyond drunk. She's gone even further beyond. Uh-oh. Will the cat be on us again? Oh no! This is worse than the cat. Oh no, we're in some nightmare realm. No, it's a Barrow. We're here. Oh, hello. Oh, God. Oh, no. What is this? Oh, Lord.
Hello, Thomasina.
What is this? Who are you?
I'm the one that saved your father.
What do you mean?
You were here 25 years ago.
Oh?
Father?
You were deep down with the others. You were there when something went wrong. I dragged him out.
Impossible.
I helped him then, and I can help him again.
I don't understand.
Believe my words. You'll find proof in morning.
Oh, okay. Dream invading goblin man.
One more thing.
Oh?
This is not a dream.
Oh my God. Oh no. We've been invaded by the dream goblins. Well, maybe just a mind goblin. If it's not a dream, it's just in my mind. A brain goblin.
Goodness, that was a terrible sleep.
It's Morg from Gork and Mark. Am I gonna have to build some kind of junk cart and battle other barrow diggers for scraps to try and buy our way onto our ship to get off this planet? I hope not.
What's this?
What's this indeed? There's a rock on this book.
There's a strange stone strapped to the cover.
Hmm. Wah! It's a bird. Barrow Goblins, our new benefactor. I remember when Gorka Marka was they were supposed to come out with a game for the Dreamcast. And Gorka Marka was a tabletop game based in the 40K universe, if you're not familiar, just entirely around orcs, right? And you formed different gangs of orcs, and you drove around in rickety trucks with your gang, battling each other for scrap to use to barter your way onto a spaceship they were constructing to get off the planet and go back to interplanetary combat, right? So in the Dreamcast game, you would have a 2-position truck, a driver and a gunner, and like the AI would just take over whichever one you weren't currently controlling. And it looked real exciting. It may not have been good, but I was excited about it, and then it got canceled. I think I heard there were some demos floating out there, or someone found a production version and said it wasn't very good. I was excited about it. I was disappointed. Fortunately, the Dreamcast died before it came out. And the stone said, "Wog!" No, it was Mork. Yes. It's a shame they canceled it. Yeah, I don't know how good it would have been ultimately, but it could have been all right. This text is like completely covered up here. Not completely, but enough of it. But I'll read through it. Day 1. Arrived after a decent day's ride from Bakewell. This is a curious place. Locals seem distant. I'm to meet my local contact tomorrow, so it will be an early night for me. I shall try to keep a diary of my stay here and not give up by day 3 of the excavation as usual. Despite the thrill of possible new discoveries, I cannot stop thinking about my dear wife and wonder if I should have left her in her current state. I must have faith that she will conquer this bout of illness. Day 4. True to form, my journal has been abandoned. Wow, he didn't even last a single day. Like, he went one day and then just gave up. Let that not speak for the excitement I feel for this excavation. After much preparation, we dig tomorrow. Such an exceptional site with a unique history. As for the dangers, we shall meet them head first. We are prepared. I also sought out a local wise woman yesterday, and she provided me with a tincture for my beloved's nausea, gravidarum. I am sure she shall be pleased with it upon my return. Lo, a place of miracles. A planted seed sprouted before our eyes and illuminated our path. Nature's laws hold no meaning here, but I clutch my tablet with the knowledge that it shall end this. Rho, Theta, Epsilon, We found the code was simply in the singularity of the characters. All eyes must face towards the 7th Archontic. This was all likely puzzle solutions and clues and things. This is very interesting. Looks like 2 serpents trying to eat the moon, or 2 people trying to make that hand heart thing. You know, ever see people where like they both form like a half of the heart by curling their fingers? You know what I'm saying? Like they're about to form that, but then one of them changes it to like a thumbs up. When the sun and the 2 moons meet, the guardian shall be defeated. The couple's heart, yeah. Could be serpents, could be that. When I was a kid, there's a He-Man playset that came with it was like this snake that came out of like Skeletor's dungeon, right? And the snake wasn't like an action figure of the snake. It was a rubber hand puppet. So you'd put on the rubber hand puppet of the snake and poke it out through this big hole in the side of this playset and grab the He-Man figures. Like, oh, the snake's got him. And I saw those those same snake puppets in this movie Robot Holocaust in a scene where, at least I'm fairly certain that's what it was. And it's a scene where they're going through this cave that has these like cave worms. And all of a sudden, all of these hands with this crappy rubber puppet start poking out and grabbing at them. Good stuff. Good stuff. That's it's not a great movie, but it's very entertaining. I think they did an MST3K of that Robot Holocaust. Should watch it if you get a chance. It's pretty funny. It's a very strange movie. And then what you should do after that, after watching it, is look up the director of Robot Holocaust and find out where his career led him, because it's also very entertaining and interesting. He did another movie, I believe, besides that, Slithus, which is closer to what he ultimately ended up doing, where he found his true calling. A dead language reveals the path. For thou art the moon, the chief of the stars. Listen to the things that I have said. Follow the words of my mouth. Reveal thyself to me. I heard a whisper, not once, again and again. I will pour out my spirit. I will pour out my spirit. I will pour out my spirit.
It appears to be a journal, full of hogwash. I don't recognize the handwriting.
Curious?
Maybe Stanley knows more about it.
Maybe he does. Maybe he does. Let's find out.
Good morning. How's your head, Miss Bateman? That were quite the tune you treated us to last night.
To be honest, Stanley, I felt better. I take it you slid this journal under my door?
Oh, we got a knife. We can get over there.
Pardon?
The journal, Stanley.
I certainly did no such thing. Nor could have anyone else. You're the only guest staying here.
What's the meaning of all this? Do you propose that it manifested itself out of thin air?
Well,
Nah, I'm not gonna. It's not gonna end well if I just keep accusing him. It had to have been the Night Goblin.
I'm sorry. I just don't understand how else it could have got there.
The dream.
Do you ever have strange dreams, Stanley?
me, I sleep as sound as a baby.
I had one such dream last night. It was so vivid.
What were it about?
Explain the dream.
I was at Hob's Barrow.
Oh?
But everything was different. Great peaks soared in the distance. And there was a creature.
A creature, you say?
Yes, a short, robed fellow.
Delightful.
Eyes as black as pitch. It told me that my father had been there in Hob's Barrow many years ago, but something went wrong, and the creature helped him escape. It said that I would find proof in the morning.
Oh, the journal. You've had a premonition, lass.
Please, Stanley, I've no time for that nonsense. But I'll admit it's a strange coincidence.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
What did I tell you about Hob's Barrow?
That I should leave it alone?
Aye.
Hogwash.
Aye.
Your dream reminds me of a story from my childhood. An old folk tale about Hob's Barrow.
Ooh, tell me more. Tell me more. Finally, tell me something about it. Stop just saying, like, don't go there. Why? Oh, you know. You know. I can't go into it. No, I dare not say it.
What is this folk tale you mention?
Well, when I were a wee boy, there were talk of a goblin. They say he lived inside Hob's Barrow, hence the name, Hob's Barrow. Hob, coming from hobgoblin, of course. Unfortunately, I don't remember anything else about it.
I was told not to believe in such fairy tales.
Is a goblin.
Don't close your mind to such things.
Again, I was just joking about that because he looked goblin-esque.
Perhaps, if I ever meet him.
I feel like I'm reading this game's mind. I just thought he looked like a goblin. It never occurred to me that the hob was for hobgoblin. It fits. It fits. Certainly. But just like goblins. What's wrong with liking goblins?
Are you sure there was no one else here overnight?
Without doubt.
All right.
Very, very peculiar.
Great.
So, what does it say inside?
Yeah, why not?
Look.
Take a look in a book.
Can't make head nor tail of it.
Rainbow.
Maybe someone else in the village can help you with it.
Could
What
be.
do you make of this stone?
That's a funny looking thing. It's got a cockerel on it.
Uh-huh.
Yes, but have you seen anything like it?
Never.
Oh, okay.
Bye.
See you soon.
Good morning, Mr. Kemp.
Good day, Miss Tompkins.
I'm here for his lordship's paper.
Sorry, lass. Mr. Price hasn't dropped them off this morning.
He's
I
dead.
heard he actually left the village yesterday.
Indeed, I can vouch for that.
Ma'am?
Good day.
Oh dear. His lordship won't be pleased.
My sincerest apologies,
Oh,
Miss
no.
Tompkins.
I'll come back in a few days. Ta-ra.
Goodbye.
Time to find a mystical man or woman. I want to find the goblin. No, don't go in there. That's not what I wanted. I want to get the knife. Take it.
Goodness me, I can't budge it.
Be careful, Miss Bateman. You'll cut yourself. I spent all morning trying to get that bloody thing out. I shall be having words with that scoundrel next time he shows his face.
Curses.
We have our very own Excalibur.
I was just gonna
Yours, if you
make
can pull
that.
it out, King Arthur.
We'll see about that. What if I use this?
I do not wish to damage Mr. Kemp's table any further than it already has been.
What if I use this?
I do not wish to...
I understand. What about this?
No.
Okay. No, not it's that's fair. What if we lubricated it with the worm? Okay. No, I get it. I gotcha. I understand. I don't understand.
Right. I need to convince Mr. Bryden to let me excavate Hob's Barrow and find out where this journal came from.
Is that lady?
Curses! I forgot I had this worm in my pocket. Poor thing is dead now. Rest in peace, Kenneth.
Oh no! Our worm's dead! Oh no! Oh no, the worm! Oh! The worm's been wasted. We probably could have used that worm for something. Now I feel like I've missed something.
Perhaps I have something in here that could help me get the knife unstuck.
What was the point of the worm?
No, there's nothing useful here.
Hey, there's the cat.
I don't wish to wake him up.
Maybe I do. Maybe I do. All right. Where is church? I'm going back to the till. I'm gonna find more worms. That was weird. Oh, hello, Wally.
Hello, Wally.
Go away! You gave the door back to my sister.
Sure
Very
did.
nice of you to bury her favourite toy, Wally.
I gave it to the fair folk, and you stole it back from them.
You don't really believe in fairies, do you? You're old enough to know better.
They're real.
And young enough to not care.
I'm cursed.
There's no such thing as
Oh.
curses either, Wally.
Go away.
More worms.
I shall name you Kenneth II.
I'll keep taking all the worms until there's no worms
I've already
left.
taken one.
Oh no! He's gone! Oh no, what happened? Oh God! Maybe I have caused maybe I have caused him some trouble. It's entirely possible that I did cause that child to become cursed by taking the worm. It's more than possible. It's highly likely. Well, Julie convinced us by an explanation. Find out more about the mysterious journal. Investigate local folklore. Tasty, delicious. She's not selling cakes anymore.
In memory of Romeo Hegg, dearly missed by his beloved Juliet.
I don't know if there's somebody there. There's a Brighton plaque there. Nobody else around here. Surprised nobody ever came looking for their silver crucifix. That seems like it would have been rather expensive. Hello.
Good morning, Father Roach.
What's up, Papa Roach?
Miss Bateman, what a pleasure to see you again. Have you tracked down Mr. Shoulder yet?
Don't get me started.
I'll take that as a no.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Do you recognize this journal?
Tell me more.
What a tatty old thing.
Oh.
You ought to take better care of your possessions, Miss Bateman.
It's not mine.
Then whose is it?
That's precisely what I'm trying to find out.
I'm afraid I can't help you. I haven't seen it before.
What do you make
Fair
of the
enough.
stone?
I don't recognize the symbol from any Christian iconography. Did you make it yourself?
No, never mind. What brings you to the square today?
Tell me
I'm
more.
meeting a couple of young congregation members to go over some scripture.
Oh, okay.
You're welcome to join us.
Oh no.
Thank you, Father Roach, but I have quite a busy day ahead of me.
We will be at St. Edmund's, should you wish to join us later.
Must be pagan. I don't deal in that. I bet he does, just not this particular brand of paganisity.
What do you know of Lord Panswick?
Oh, yes. A rather important fellow around here.
Is he, though?
His vast land holdings give many a steady employment.
Would you
I
say his
hear he is
huge tracts
renovating
of
an old
land?
chapel on his land.
Aye, I've heard such reports. He believes this to be a godless land.
No.
Something I wholeheartedly disagree with. To which god his chapel will be dedicated to remains a matter of concern.
Why do
Oh.
you say that?
Oh, my apologies. Don't listen to my oafish conjecture. Let us move on.
Thanks for your time.
Which
Lord be with you.
which god is your chapel built towards, my man?
There's nothing else I wish to discuss at the moment.
Oh dear. Oh dear. These people know stuff. These people know stuff. Finding shoulder. Das Buch. He worships. Don't worry about it. Well, he's probably just not to worry about it. It's probably nothing. All right. Well, it's getting on the light side for me here. I don't really know how much more is going on in this game. I imagine more than, say, 20 minutes, which is about more than that time. I will come back. I don't know what I'm going to do. I got I got Mega Man 8 still to continue, Resident Evil 3, and this. I finished one game this week. I finished Metal Gear. It's more than 20 minutes worth. Yeah, I assumed so. So I don't know if I'll be back next week or not with this. We'll see, because right now I only have 2 days that I know I can stream next week, but maybe I can slip something in on a Friday or something. Maybe I can. I don't know if I can do anything on this Sunday. I'll work it out. I don't want to let it sit for too long, either. Although I think finishing Mega Man 8 will be more of a priority, because like that I will definitely lose more ability to finish it the longer I go without finishing that. But we'll see. I will return with this not too long in the future. So even though that will do it for Hob's Barrow tonight, I'm really enjoying this game so far. Very just good classic adventure game. Puzzle solving is very fun. I'm very interested in the story. These people need to loosen their lips a little bit and give me the information. But it's been very good. And it is very good, like plot-wise, how they're like parceling out little pieces of it bit by bit. And every piece they add, it just makes me that much more enticed. But I feel like I am being entrapped into something terrible. It is good. It has been good. It has been good so far. So I look forward to carrying this on. But even though it's in the Hob's Barrow tonight, don't go anywhere, because it's time for Bubble Bobble. See if I can get through this without VC face crashing. It shouldn't crash. All right. Gotta get this jewel here. So it is pretty much the same as regular Bubble Bobble, but these enemies, yeah, he does shoot fire. These enemies are not enemies that usually show up until much later. So they're starting us out with more difficult enemies. I'm already down some lives here. Mind your P's and Q's, bird. I swear. All right. It's so funny. It's so funny. In Bubble Bobble, it cracks me up. The early stages, like, bam, 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 we'll get through them. And then once you get into, like, the 50s, it's like, oh, man, this is going to take some thought here. This is going to take a while. I feel like everything towards the back half of the game takes me much longer. But that's it. That's all I got for tonight. Is that one sliver of Bubble Bobble. Let me see who is around, who's available, who's streaming right now. I see. I don't know if he's still active. Let's find out here. Here's Cassidy teaches pop ethics, the trolley problem Zatsudan, the toxic moral philosophy train. Oh no, this is a game, the trolley problem. That's right up my alley, a train running people over. Relevant to my interests, I guess. You could say, if you want to pop over and say hi to Cassidy and check out what he is streaming. Check out his moral dilemma. Otherwise, that'll be it for me this evening. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thanks for chatting with me. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I've been enjoying this game. I'm looking forward to continuing on all of these series next week. Such as I am able to pull them all together. We'll see when they go on. Usually Sunday, if not Sunday, by Monday, I'll have my schedule up. I know I've got some tasks I got to get done on Sunday, kind of limit my time on stuff, but I'll get that up as soon as possible, which you can find that schedule in the YouTube, my YouTube channel community page. You get all notifications for that and my upcoming videos. If you subscribe to the channel, if you like the video, hit that like button. If you didn't like it, well, sorry, I tried. Also, I have a Twitter account you can follow for that. That's pretty much the only thing you'll ever see on there is my schedule and other people's schedules that I repost. That's about it. I'm not very active on social media, to be honest. So YouTube community post, best way to find that. Yeah, so that'll do it all for me. I hope you all have a fantastic evening, a great day tomorrow, and a great weekend, and hope to see you next week. Until then, so long, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you.